Hello and welcome everybody in the room and those who are joining online. Yeah, now it's working. Okay. So hello everybody, those who are in the room and those who are joining online. Welcome to this side event for the third UNESCO Global Forum on AI Ethics. Our event is under the title Enabling Ethical AI for Present and Future Generations in a Time of Heightened Global Insecurity. So welcome all for this exciting moment. We will have the whole afternoon in Bangkok timing, and for everybody who are joining online, we have almost 5 hours of discussions with distinguished guests and speakers and experts from different world regions and continents. I would like to invite you to engage in those discussions, if they're online or those who are with us in person. And to start, I would like also to thank all the partners who made this event possible and who worked very, very hard to organize this event and to bring to us this rich content and program. So first of all, of course, thank you for UNESCO-MOST Bridges Coalition, the co-host of this event, and I would say the main organizer, and Dr. Stephen Hartman, the director of Bridges Coalition, the executive director, will be taking the floor soon, and he worked tirelessly to put together this program with the other co-hosts and partners. And Chulalongkorn University, who is co-hosting this event and will be also hosting another part of the side event tomorrow. The Kingdom of Thailand Vice Presidency of the Intergovernmental Council of MOST, Thailand Science Research and Innovation Fund, Globe Ethics, ASU, Julia Ann Wrigley Global Futures Laboratory, World Academy of Art and Science, the Club of Rome, Thailand's Electronic Development Transactions Agency, and UNESCO AI Ethics Unit. So thank you for all the co-hosts and partners for joining their efforts to organize this program. And welcome again, and let me first of all invite Dr. Surishai Wungayo, who is a professor emeritus at Chula University and MOST Intergovernmental Council Vice Presidency for the Kingdom of Thailand, to say a few words of opening and welcoming. Dr. Surishai, please, floor is yours.
Good afternoon and sawadee krab. Please allow me to say hello in Thai, because the word means please be safe. We are living in a world where safety and security has become a serious challenge. The topic that we are coming here is under heightened global insecurity. That represents what we were thinking some months ago, but we did not imagine that the world would enter in a war situation that has started. So in the present context, I would like to say that the word sawadee krab that I mentioned to you is also would have some meaning, that we hope the world will be safe for us, for the new generations. The topic that we have here for the present and the future generations, as you see. I am very much honored on behalf of our Thai host to say that we in Thailand are very happy to welcome all of you to this UNESCO and Thailand Global Forum on AI and Ethics in Motion. AI and ethics in motion, meaning that AI is in motion of development, as well as our humanity is also in motion. How we can evolve together with the forces of AI, which have presented to us many challenges. For this present two-day event of side events that we are gathering, I am very much honored and also privileged to mention that with the host that we have been able to welcome all of you to come from afar, and we do hope that from today and tomorrow we will be able to engage in meaningful and also some common presentations for furthering dialogue in the future of AI and ethics in motion. Myself, as a retired professor from Chulalongkorn University, feel very humbled before you that we are now faced with even more challenging situation, and Thailand would like to see how we can see the vehicle of Global Forum as a part of our regional and also global commitment into the future. As of now, you can see that our side events are very much highlighted on the issue of how to bring social sciences and humanities and also civil society voices into the platform of engaging our experiences and looking ahead how we can frame the agenda together. So with that background, I do hope that we can imagine meaningful exchanges among us, and I do hope that when we imagine this is almost the last 5 years of the SDG. When I mention SDG or global agenda, you may be informed that there are 193 countries that have agreed for SDG, but there were 190 countries that have presented voluntary national reviews, except Haiti, Myanmar, and the United States. Voluntary national reviews is one of the soft governance way that we work together to collaborate how we look into the future of the world together. And that the statistic I told you is also strengthened some news about the withdrawal of the US from the climate and also some multilateral agencies of the UN system. But on the whole, you can see that the 190 countries, talking about countries, but if we talk about peoples, I'm sure there are more peoples in the world that are committed to our common future that is faced with new global insecurity sense. So with that, how can we see that our sense of security together can be a part of bridging our interconnectedness and create bridges into more solidarity for a safe and habitable world together. So with that, may I welcome all of you to our exchange, and I hope for fruitful results later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Surishai Wungao, for your words, reminding us that there are countries, but also there are people committed to our common future. And I think this side event represents this commitment with this interdisciplinary, multi-stakeholder coalition that put together the event. excuse me, I missed to introduce myself at the beginning. So I'm Fadi Daw, the executive director of one of the partners in this event, Global Ethics Foundation. So now the floor is to Dr. Stephen Hartman, the founding executive director of Bridges Coalition, to also say a few words of welcoming and to frame our event. Please, Dr. Hartman.
Thank you very much, Fadi, and thank you very much to our hosts in Thailand, to Chulalongkorn University, to Professor Surashai, and the Kingdom of Thailand Vice Presidency of the MOST Intergovernmental Council of UNESCO, and all of our partners who have been so gracious and so generous, from ETTA and from the Thailand Science, Research and Innovation Fund, and the wonderful network of international organizations and institutions that have come together to support this event, to send researchers and to send civil society representatives from all over the world. So we have people coming to this event among our speakers, certainly from Southeast Asia, from Brazil, from North America, from Europe, and it has been a pleasure dialoguing with this amazing group of people over the past couple of months as we move towards this event and thinking about how we can enrich the dialogue and also think about what we might be able to contribute to the conversations taking part in the main program of the Global Forum this week on the ethics of artificial intelligence. With that in mind, I thought maybe I would just take a moment to explain who Bridges are, or what Bridges is. And Bridges is what we call the humanities inclusive sustainability science coalition of UNESCO's Management of Social Transformations program. The Management of Social Transformations program, also known in short as MOST, is an international science program with an intergovernmental governing council made up of 35 member states that is managed within the social and human sciences sector of UNESCO. And what we are doing here today, in a sense, builds upon relationships that have, and collaborations that have been building over the past year, as many of the same partners, certainly Professor Surashai and certainly the Kingdom of Thailand as one of two main sponsoring institutions or member states for a collaborative effort that we did at the Summit of the Future last year, looking at how we could realize the ambitions of the Declaration on Future Generations. In many ways, this discussion that we're having around the ethics of AI today, and that will continue tomorrow at a side event at Chulalongkorn University, which you'll hear about more during the course of the day today, is a continuation of discussions that already began before the Summit of the Future in September 2024 in New York at UN headquarters, and which is continuing throughout this year and into next year to see how actually we can make life on this planet more habitable, how life can flourish, and how we can move in the direction of peace and greater harmony and a higher well-being and quality of life, certainly for sisters and brothers all over the world, but also for our kindred species on this planet who are experiencing, or which are experiencing, a time of great tumult and crisis right now. What can AI do to actually help us meet the needs of present and future generations for more sustainable societies and for a more sustainable planet that does not borrow from the future or steal from the future in terms of resource exploitation to meet short-term ends. This is really important. And AI is here. It's come on strong. It's already been here for a little while, but it's been in the public consciousness for the past 2-3 years, ever since OpenAI's, the advent of ChatGPT, aware of it in the popular imagination. But it's been affecting our lives for quite some time now, and it's going to continue to affect it in a serious way moving forward. This event today, I think, is trying to bring, I would say, a lot of the disciplines that are part of the social and human sciences, as well as disciplines that are part of environmental sciences and earth sciences, into a collective conversation about what we can do, what we need to do to deal with the risks, and there are many of them, of unregulated, ungoverned, even self-governed AI systems in the hands of private interests and in the hands of states. And what can the wisdom and the understanding of the experts and the communities of scholars and scientists from these different knowledge domains contribute to what is never just a technical question when it comes to AI and ethics? So this is an ambition for the program throughout the day today, and I hope that you'll find the discussions and the dialogue enriching and tone setting for certainly what will be a rich set of discussions going forward throughout this week. So with that, I'm going to sort of step back and ask Fadi as MC to maybe welcome our next session, the start of the first full session, which will be our keynote session with Professor Emma Porio introducing and moderating the keynote speech with Peter Schlosser. So, Fadi.
Thank you, dear Stephen, and for your work, for presenting Bridges Coalition, but also again for putting all this together and bringing us here to co-organize and co-host this important side event. I would like to remind also those who are joining us online now and those who are with us here that the overarching title of this day is Enabling Ethical AI for Present and Future Generations in a Time of Heightened Global Insecurity. And so the first session, as Stephen had announced, is a keynote speech, and I will leave the floor to Professor Dr. Emma Porio to introduce our keynote speaker. Please.
Thank you, Fadi, and thank you, Professor Surchai and Dr. Hartman for inviting us here. To all those online, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, as the case may be. We are very privileged today to have Professor Dr. Peter Schlosser, our keynote speaker, a highly distinguished physicist and planetary scientist who has traveled from the North Pole to across the Antarctic Circle and many places in between, analyzing the planet and human impact on its systems. Professor Dr. Peter Schlosser is the Vice President and Vice Provost for Global Futures and the University Global Futures Professor of Arizona State University. He leads the Julie Ann Wrigley Global Futures Laboratory and Director of the Global Institute of Sustainability and Innovation. He holds joint appointments in the School of Sustainability in the College of Global Futures, the School of Earth and Space Exploration in the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, and the School of Sustainable Engineering and the Built Environment in the Era Fulton School of Engineering. With his distinguished leadership and intellectual creativity, productivity in interrogating and designing global futures, we are indeed fortunate to have Professor Dr. Peter Schlosser, as our keynote speaker to share with us his wisdom on how we can co-produce, co-create, and mobilize science and technology towards a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable local global futures. Let us warmly welcome Professor Dr. Schlosser.
And good morning, afternoon, and good evening to everybody who is attending this session, which is actually looking at enabling ethical AI for present and future generations in a time of heightened global insecurity, which means we have to make some difficult choices. We have to consider voluntary limits on the pace of the development of AI in light of what we would consider safe and just planetary boundaries. And voluntary limits, as many of you know, are a difficult thing for human beings. Before starting, I also would like to thank all the partners who made this session available, and especially Stephen Hartman for his tireless work in putting this session together. Together, the sponsoring institutions are helping to shape an emergent global dialogue on the interdependence of science, ethics, governance, and sustainability, including many dimensions of the world we live in, including augmented intelligence. So to set the stage a bit, we are living in a moment of profound transformation. And just as we confront the monumental task of transforming virtually all major systems that are the foundation of life as we know it, we encounter the rewriting of the world order, and that already has been mentioned. We are seeing environmental extremes, technological advancement, geopolitical tensions, military conflict and straight-out wars, and economic instability. Together, they are redefining what is possible and what is at stake for our global society, including all the scales from local communities to the global setting. So let's start by setting the context for the discussion about AI by considering some elements of the state of the world. And to do that, I have a few slides, so I will see if I actually can share my screen. So let me see how that works. Can that be seen? Yes. I assume so. So in what you see here is the right now you're seeing the top. Okay, so we are actually living in the Anthropocene. The Anthropocene is a new geological era which is characterized by the impacts of human activities. Many of you have heard that, I assume all of you have heard that. What it really means is we can feel the fingerprint of human activities throughout the Earth system, from the outer atmosphere to the deep oceans. Now, the Anthropocene follows the so-called Holocene, which was a geological era of extraordinary environmental stability that lasted for about 12,000 years and allowed life to thrive on our planet. It followed the last ice age, when globally average temperatures were roughly 5 degrees Celsius lower than in the Pleistocene, which is the previous ice age. I mentioned these 5 degrees Celsius because that puts the 1.5 degrees Celsius Paris Accord target in context. It's about 1/3 of a full glacial interglacial cycle. So the Anthropocene is not simply an abstract definition of a new era. It signifies the transition of the Earth system, including its social domain, to a new state. And this state is warmer than anything we have seen over the past few million years, during which this planet has been inhabited by human beings.
and it has no blueprints from the past, from past conditions. So we must navigate uncharted territory, including that of augmented intelligence. To move into the future within safe boundaries, we have defined trajectories towards targets, or thresholds, if you wish, that should be met to stay in the so-called safe operating space for humanity. These include, for example, the already mentioned 17 Sustainable Development Goals and their 169 targets, as well as the 1.5 degrees Celsius target of the Paris Accord. Both were enacted about 10 years ago in 2015. Sadly, we exceeded the 1.5 degrees Celsius limit in 2024. We reached about 1.6 degrees Celsius globally, and we are not on track to meet the goals of most SDGs and their targets. So that is something that is a challenge to humankind. Humankind actually has managed many challenges in the past. What is different about this one is the time scale. We have left ourselves very little time to make the necessary adjustments to our use of the resources that our planet offers us. And that puts us now into a situation where we are under extreme pressure to change trajectories back towards the targets. And we have left ourselves a few years to a few decades to do that. That is a very short time scale. So many of the challenges we encounter today are related to increasing energy consumption by a growing population. And we can see that in this slide here. On the left, you see the increase of energy use. It's an exponential function. And if you're looking at the colors, you will see that the gray, blue, and purple are all fossil fuels, coal, oil, and gas. And they are and have been since about the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, the dominant source of energy production. So that is, of course, felt in many impacts, mainly in the global temperature. And you will see that on the right, as we are moving from about 1,000 to the present, 1,000 years ago to the present, we can see the increased emission of carbon, which leads to an increased concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. And there is no way, based on our understanding of physics and chemistry, that the temperature is not increasing if you are increasing the greenhouse gas concentration in the atmosphere. And that's what you see in this figure. But you also can see it in the global temperatures. On the left here, you can see the surface air temperature anomalies in 2024. So all the warm colors are indicating warming of our planet compared to the pre-industrial era, and the blue ones are cooling. And any complex system has variability, so you always will see a little bit of both, but predominantly we do see the warming across the globe. And here on the right, I have the March 2025 temperatures to see how we are doing in this new year, 2025. And you can see the warming is still predominant. And at that point, we were close to 1.6 degrees above the average March temperatures since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. And then down here, you actually can see how we are increasing temperature as a function of time. So, but climate is not the only area in which we are seeing deviations from the quote-unquote norm. We are seeing more extremes at more places of more types, not just temperature, and at higher amplitudes. And these extremes occur in both the environmental and societal systems. Now, in principle, we actually know how to meet these challenges, but all too often we don't have what I would call the societal will that is needed to make different choices for a better future. And we can see that here in this depiction. If we are starting here in the white circle at the lower left, we have a growing population. We crossed 8 billion people. We are moving towards roughly 10 billion. We are putting more pressure on the Earth system, and we are looking for solutions to the side effect of these pressures. It can be mitigation, it can be adaptation, it can be resilience, restoration, regeneration, etc. You can choose whichever dimension you prefer. And we actually do find solutions. So it's not that we are not able to deal with these issues. We then have to look if these solutions are economically feasible, and many pass this filter. If they do, we have to look at whether or not we have institutions to implement them. And that is also true. We have quite a few institutions who can actually implement some of these solutions. So all of this is necessary, but not sufficient. If we don't have the will to make different choices that bring us towards a more sustainable future, back into equilibrium with the resources that the life-supporting systems provide for all life on our planet, then all that knowledge is, in essence, becoming meaningless. So let's look at AI now and its impact on our world. The emergence of AI, which frequently is called artificial intelligence, but I prefer to call it augmented intelligence, has the potential to revolutionize nearly every aspect of human life. So it has a lot of positive potential, from how we explore, discover, learn, work, and govern, to how we diagnose diseases, manage cities, and respond to global change. Augmented intelligence is actively informing decision-making, challenging ethical norms, automating labor and professional capacities in industries that once thought to be untouchable, and thereby it is reshaping the future of human agency. It is actually part of the great acceleration that started around 1960. So don't try to read any detail here, just take in the general pattern. On the left are the drivers in red and orange. On the right, in yellow and green, are the consequences. So we have an increasing world population. We have an increasing water use. We have increasing fertilizer consumption or tourism, just to name a few. The consequences of that are, for example, increasing surface temperature, as we just have seen, ocean acidification that kills coral reefs that you might have heard about. It does include the degradation of the terrestrial biosphere. So what we have created during this acceleration, which is called the Great Acceleration, which is one of a number of, or a cascade of accelerations starting with the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, increased pressure due to our activities. And AI is just one of these. So I will stop sharing here and go back to my notes. So then what does all that mean? As the use of AI grows more profound and far-reaching, we must ask then ourselves, are we advancing technology faster than we are advancing wisdom? And if so, how can we enable AI ethically, not only for us, but also for future generations? And we have to keep in mind that, for example, our students or youth in general have 50 to 100 years almost, or 50 to 80 years in rough numbers ahead of them. Many of them will see the end of this century. So a key question then is how to harness the transformative potential of AI to drive innovation without causing environmental decline. And just to come back to that latter part, environmental decline, we have to look at what does AI actually mean in terms of consumption. So if you're looking at large-scale AI models, they require a staggering amount of energy. And you all have heard that. But just to put some numbers to it, one large AI model can emit over 280,000 kilograms, which is 280 tons of carbon dioxide, which is the equivalent of the lifetime emissions of 5 average American cars. Additionally, the data center industry, driven in part and increasingly so by AI, has been projected to consume up to 1,000 terawatt hours of electricity in 2026. Now, that's an abstract number. What does it mean? It means that it is roughly the combined electricity demand of Japan, and it means more than a doubling of the consumption that we had in 2022. So just within 4 years, we doubled the consumption of energy by increasing use of AI. The latest United States Department of Energy report from December 2024 shows that 4.4% of all, roughly 5% of all energy in the United States now goes towards data centers. And under current business as usual conditions, much of this energy is and will continue to be generated by electrical grids heavily reliant on fossil fuels that we already have seen are leading to climate change, and climate change then has major impact on biosystems, on human health, etc. Coming back to AI, training GPT-3 alone consumed an estimated 1,300 megawatt hours of electricity, which is enough to power an average US home for over 120 years. So these are not small numbers. These are really numbers that are a major challenge moving forward. The cooling and infrastructure for AI servers can account for nearly 40% of the total energy use in some data centers, which then amplifies, of course, the environmental impact of these data centers. The latest United States Department of Energy report projects that data center energy use could double or even triple by 2028 compared to 2024. So we are on an exponential curve in terms of the use. So unless we intervene, AI's carbon footprint is expected to grow tenfold over the next decade. And that at a time where we are really trying, actually with help of AI, to transform the energy system away from fossil fuels, which are creating this high carbon footprint, to renewables. So if we allow AI to scale at its current pace without constraint, we do risk embedding deep carbon footprints into the foundations of tomorrow's computing landscape. And this then raises a profound ethical dilemma. Should we allow what is technically possible to outpace what is environmentally and socially responsible? So we must be willing to place ethical limits on AI's development voluntarily. And this is a hard thing for human beings to do. We usually react to pressure more readily than to take action voluntarily. And this placing of limits is not because we fear innovation, but because we value the conditions that make innovation possible, meaning a stable climate, healthy ecosystems, and the well-being of all life on our planet. Voluntary restraint is not a call for stagnation. It's a call for intentionality. It recognizes that we cannot simply innovate our way out of environmental overshoot. And one of these overshoots we just moved into, which is global temperature. We definitely will not hold at 1.5 degrees, which was our best knowledge, or the targets were set with our best knowledge of what will avoid what is often called dangerous interference with the climate system. We now have to make sure that we are not crossing the next critical threshold, which is at around 2 degrees Celsius. So, and this is just one example. So we must also govern innovation with wisdom and foresight. We cannot just let it run by itself. The scientific side is pretty clear. We are already breaching multiple planetary boundaries. We are exceeding the capacity of our planet's life-supporting systems, including, for example, climate change that we heard about, biodiversity loss, and the proliferation of synthetic chemicals and microplastics that are released in large amounts into the environment, and they are found in all our bodies. The Earth system is showing clear signs of instability, and every major decision including how we develop and deploy AI, must be viewed through this lens. We cannot pull the rug out from underneath us, meaning we cannot keeping destroying the major elements of the life supporting systems. That will actually rob the future from the next generations. Today, discussions of AI ethics have largely focused on bias, surveillance, privacy, misinformation, and broader environmental concerns. These are all critical, but we now must also expand the ethical framework to include AI's carbon footprint, impact on natural systems, and reliance on non-renewable energy sources. We need standards that embed energy intensity, resource use, and life cycle emissions into the evaluation of AI systems, including in an augmented future iteration of UNESCO's readiness assessment methodology that was published in 2023. We need shared thresholds, trigger intervention when development exceeds ecological or social safeguards. And we need a collective recognition that not all progress is equal if it undermines planetary health or the well-being of all life on our planet and its social systems. So what must we do? 3 points. First, we need to strengthen governance frameworks that match the urgency and complexity of this moment. These frameworks must be grounded in science and democratic values and shaped in partnership with civil society at local, national, and global levels. Second, ethical AI demands transdisciplinary collaboration. Those working in technology cannot do it alone. We need natural scientists, ethicists, governments, indigenous communities, and youth at the table. Naturally, humanists and social scientists are critical in that mix. Third, we must elevate the role of science in decision-making. And there is a trend to devalue science right now. We just have to, be open-eyed about this. Scientific insight must be embedded in boardrooms, legislation, global AI accords, education, and other critical knowledge domains. We also must recognize that today's AI decisions will shape future generations' lives. This is not just a technical issue. It is a question of intergenerational well-being and, in some respects, survival. The ethics of AI need to encompass how present and future generations are impacted in all these dimensions. Let me close by acknowledging that the task before us might seem daunting, insurmountable. But then again, no meaningful transformation has ever come without challenges. Enabling ethical AI will require courage to impose voluntary limits, even when our society rewards acceleration rather than limitation. It will require imagination to envision models of progress that are generative, regenerative, rather than extractive. We have a choice. We can let the future happen to us or shape it with foresight and responsibility. Enabling ethical AI is not just about correcting bias or safeguarding data. It's about building futures where intelligence, human and artificial, can advance in harmony with the planet that sustains us. Thank you. I do believe that AI will accelerate paradigm shifts. Will they be positive or negative? I think that it will go in both directions. And it's really up to us to recognize the landscape in total, in its totality, and make sure that the positive impact of AI will outpace the challenges that it provides for us.
The AI development, the process. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Clearly, we have to get into the general discussion of the use and the benefits of AI, the recognition that it is not coming for free, that there are certain costs in the environment. It is, most prominent is the energy use, but that, of course, then has many impacts on other environmental conditions that are critical for us and for the next generations. In terms of the global north, global south discussion, as many other issues, we have to become much more, not just aware of it, but instead of just talking about the imbalance, we have to move from talking about it to taking actions. And that is something that, there are several platforms, there are several mechanisms to do that. One of them is the Conference of the Parties from UNFCCC, the UNFCCC process, to make sure that action is being taken rather than just being talked about. So bottom line, we know quite a bit of the consequences of what we are doing right now, including AI development. We have to actually move from talking about it to doing what we know has to be done to minimize the adverse effects.
To that AI is actually causing. And second of all, I mean, in relation to that, then if I could build on that question, I might throw in a second part to that, which is obviously we need to reach a point where the regenerative ability of AI to help in regenerative nature positive processes needs to actually obviously exceed the deterioration of natural systems that is currently being caused by AI and its effects on energy usage. So have you any thoughts about what's a realistic horizon for thinking about reaching that balance?
So there are, as I said, there are many advantages of AI, and for a long time we were just focused on that. Then we actually started to think about the side effects, and mainly in terms of diffusion of knowledge, the lack of curation of knowledge, disinformation, etc. Just over the past few years, when we saw the challenges that are created by the acceleration of AI use, the issue came up of what does it mean in terms of driving AI on the energy side. So that is something that is now becoming a real challenge, because we are, even without the increased energy use that is driven by AI acceleration, we have problems to move away from fossil fuels to renewables. AI is adding to that problem. There are projections for certain regions of our planet that say by 2035, so roughly in 1 decade, the total energy use, not just the energy used by AI, might be doubled because of unconstrained AI use. That would make it really, would put the life supporting system of our planet in danger. So then to your question, where is the balance? We cannot take advantage of the positive side, of the positive effects or the positive potential of AI if we destroy our life supporting systems. So I think at this point, we have to pay attention to how can we actually envision the taking advantage of the positive sides, while we are also working on how can we provide the necessary energy, hopefully also gain efficiencies and use less energy for the same output in the future, so that we really can find the right balance of using the positive side, but possibly, and in my view, actually, we will need to set some limits of the acceleration of AI use. And you Stephen, said yourself, AI is not, it's not falling off the sky all of a sudden. The attention to it increased tremendously a few years ago when generative AI came into the picture. But AI is with us since decades and decades. If you look at your home, if you look at your car, if you look at your phone, AI has been with us since decades and slowly increased, but it is on an exponential scale, and exponential scales typically lead to pressures that have to be abated at some point. And I think we have reached that point where we have to think really hard how we move forward in using AI in view of the environmental pressures.
Professor Schlosser, we have one more question. Oh, silence. Okay. Oh, Professor City, come. Okay. Thank you. Introduce yourself.
Yes, very much. Thank you for your wonderful presentation, Professor Peter. In your opinion, how can we ensure AI-driven environmental solution are accessible to developing countries, especially development countries? Thank you.
So for too long, we actually have moved along a trajectory that increased the disparity between developed and developing countries. I think it's clear that we have reached a point where those who have put pressure onto the planet are helping those who are in a state of development, rather than continuing the pathway where some countries are actually using more resources than they should, and extracting it from others. So we have to stop what de facto is neocolonialism, and instead put some of the resources that the world, the global society has as a whole, the global commons, is divided in a just and ethical way, so that those who are in a development state get the benefit that the developed countries had since a few centuries.
A waste product, can't the mindset of dealing with waste products of every consumption be applied in dealing with the consumption of energy, augment the sustainability of energy and its sectorial technologies?
So if I understand that correctly, what is asked is there a byproduct of energy use that is not just waste and pressure, but has a positive effect? I mean, if we are looking at the energy consumption right now, it simply puts the pressure it puts onto the environment and society by far outpaces any of the benefit. You simply don't have any environmental benefits. Of course, you have societal benefits, and what we have to do is to weigh at which point do we have to limit these benefits, because if we would increase them further, we would destroy the foundation that we need to live life as we know it.
Much. I think that's the last question, and would like to thank Professor Schlosser for the wonderful address that he gave us, the knowledge and the new ways of thinking about AI and how it can enable present and future generations. Thank you very much, Professor Schlosser, for the great answers that you've given to us. Thank you. And
thank you, Emma, for presenting this keynote and this very rich keynote. And I think Surishai would be happy because it was so focused also and related to sustainability and the SDGs that you mentioned in your opening remarks. I noted many things from this keynote, but I think a key point that Professor Schlosser shared with us is how to leverage the role of both science and civil society, or leading to more interdisciplinary and multi-stakeholder engagement in AI governance. So thank you also again for Professor Peter Schlosser. And now we are moving to the third session. So I will hand the floor to Dr. Stephen Hartman, who will introduce the session and call the speakers of the session. Please, Stephen.
Okay, thanks very much, Fadi. And I'd like to welcome up to the stage now Arakli Kadeli from UNESCO, from the AI ethics team and unit of UNESCO, and Mel Selick from Arizona State University Global Futures College. Don't sit all the way down there. Okay, thanks very much. And you know, this session is focused on how we can think about harnessing the principles and ambitions of the UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence, which is the foundation for this series of global fora, the third of which we're about ready to begin here this week, and how the process of realizing those principles and ambitions can be augmented, strengthened, and the process accelerated. Now we have two interesting perspectives that come to bear in this conversation. One from inside UNESCO, from within the team that's actually been working to apply and broaden the use of UNESCO's readiness assessment methodology. And then we also have, I think, a very, very valuable, interesting perspective on the cognitive and psychological dimensions of AI coming from Mel, and this is central to Mel's work and Mel's research as a PhD researcher. And I think that I think that these might seem quite far away from one another, but I think they may be closer than they seem at first glance. And I hope that this conversation comes to bear that out. We're going to break this into 2 rounds of discussions, and I'm going to actually begin with Irakli and ask you to tell us a little bit about the work that you've been doing with the Ethics of AI team at UNESCO the last few years, and your work with countries around the world to assist in the implementation of the recommendation on the ethics of AI. What have you and what has UNESCO, what have all of us learned from this experience over the last few years since the recommendation was first launched?
Thank you very much. Stephen, is my microphone on?
Let's see. Can we? How about now?
1, 2, yes. Thank you. And thank you, Stephen, for that question. I did have a couple of slides, so maybe you can already move on to those. This is the picture of, because this is what we're talking about, is the recommendation on ethics of artificial intelligence of UNESCO that was adopted by about 4 years ago. And I think that what's important to say here is that this is called a normative instrument by the United Nations, in this case by UNESCO. There are different types of normative instruments. There's declarations and conventions. This is a recommendation. The name kind of betrays the power the instrument has. It's a non-binding treaty. But what I wanted to say here is one of the things that you're asking me, what have you learned, is the incredible power of this kind of soft instruments to influence the narrative about AI and to promote awareness globally about AI. Now, I cannot really stress the importance of having all the countries in the world come together and agree on a common set of values and principles. That's what this document represents. Because of such a cultural diversity, but also because this is such an important technology for countries to, so it can be a very sensitive issue. So since we managed to get that agreement 4 years ago, we've been very busy working with the member states around the world to help them implement it, because if you don't do that, then it just kind of stays as a very nice document on the shelf. So a couple of things that I wanted to say in terms of what we could continue. We've been working for more than 70 countries now with this instrument, so there's a lot to say. But if I were to really boil it down to a few takeaway things, it's a continued relevance of it, because when we were working on the document, starting, I don't know, 6 years ago, there was some skepticism about it from the angle of, this is such a rapidly developing technology. How can you put a framework in place now and hope that it will still be valid in, 5 years' time? I think that because of how comprehensive this recommendation is, addressing all kinds of issues, including environmental issues, and gender issues, labor and economy, etc., it has stood the test of time. So even though AI technology has been, as we all know, developing at a breakneck speed, really, those values and principles and policy actions that make up the recommendation still remain the same. The relevance is one thing. Another one is effectiveness. What we've learned is that if you really want to work, thank you very much, that's the implementation strategy. I'm afraid that maybe the writing, the font size is not large enough for you to read. But this represents the scheme of our implementation strategy. That includes things like AI readiness assessment, that we will be talking in some more detail here, ethical impact assessment for AI systems. We have networks of experts that we make available for the countries, specialized networks. We have a global observatory where the results of our work are pulled. And very importantly, we have an annual global forum on ethics of AI where we come together from different parts of the world, and to demonstrate, to showcase how AI can be governed in a smart way. So all this, any instrument, for it to be effective, you have to really go a long way in actually implementing it, and as an international organization to work with the governments rather than just to give it to the countries and say, run with it. And the last thing I will say, and I'll stop here, sorry. What we've learned is that there is an imperative to generate, communicate, and strategically apply knowledge in social sciences when it comes to AI. And we need to do this through building a broad coalition of champions in governments, in civil society, NGOs, think tanks, universities, and the media. Because evidence is a very powerful weapon. Evidence that is coming from the social and human sciences is a very powerful tool for the policymakers to know which direction to take AI. For instance, evidence is a very effective tool to dispel this misunderstanding that regulation and the governance is going against innovation, because then you bring in historical evidence, whether we want to talk, for instance, how the various environmental regulation has spawned all kinds of eco-friendly economic activities, or how transportation regulations have enabled us to take planes and come to the meetings like that. There's so much evidence that regulation helps innovation, but oftentimes that gets lost in the conversation, and it's the social sciences that really bring this to the table. I'll stop here, and so that I don't.
Yeah, well, I'm going to ask you a quick follow-up question, and which is kind of a two-part question. So, sorry, because I'm going to actually ask you to keep these comments to just a couple of minutes. But what is the future of the readiness assessment methodology? Sure. On that one hand, and then two, I was hoping you could say something about the ethical implications of what we just heard from Peter Schlosser, the environmental impact of AI, and how those provisions dealing with the ethics of environmental impacts can be operationalized.
Thanks a lot. I'll be very brief. So the future of the readiness assessment methodology, that's our flagship tool that we use to help countries understand where they stand. We talked about evidence-based. The readiness assessment provides evidence-based for the countries to know where they are currently, and therefore what do they need to know, what do they need to do, what kind of gaps they need to fill to advance towards, to be able to safely tap into the positive potential of AI. Of course, this was designed a few years ago. We've been implementing it for, I'd say, around 3 years around the world. Of course, it's not something that is set in stone. We're learning as we are deploying in different countries, and we are capturing that, and we're revising. And in fact, this year is a critical year because we're revising the RAM, and we're doing it through really broad-based consultations, including the Global Forum. One of the reasons why we are here is to learn from others about how we can improve it. So, for instance, when we're implementing RAM in Indonesia, we learned that we need to really focus on disability rights in the RAM. When we're doing it in some other countries, it came to us that cultural aspects might need some reinforcement, gender aspects, etc. And so we're really trying to capture those, and hopefully maybe we can also talk about how to reinforce the sort of the personal psychological aspect of AI and the cultural aspect of it. So that's the future of it. We'll continue to revise it and make it more relevant. And about environment, we're really proud that the recommendation talks about environment, because we think that on the global discussions about AI, the tremendous taxation of the natural resources that Professor Schlosser talked about, and we all know about throughout the entire life cycle of AI, needs to be addressed. And so we are UNESCO is currently working on a toolbox for policymakers on nature-positive AI. And it will have several purposes. One will be to measure. I think that a participant has mentioned that it's actually not. We know that tremendous impact on environment by AI, but we don't actually know exactly what it is in terms of the energy consumption, carbon footprint, water consumption, natural minerals that need to be extracted from Earth to make the hardware for it, etc., etc. And so so this tool will help policymakers understand and measure impact and address it, but it will also help them promote the type of AI, the production of the type of the AI that is actually useful for such things as modeling climate or doing biodiversity monitoring, or there's some positive applications of AI that we want to promote and develop. So yeah, that's what we're doing in that sense. Thanks.
Okay, thanks very much, Irakli. And I'm sure we may have a question or two about that, because I certainly have a question or two myself. So I want to move to Mel now. And I mentioned in introducing you very, very briefly that your work addresses the sort of psychological and cognitive dimensions of AI use with users. And when it comes to what we just heard about from Irakli about the readiness assessments as instruments for the implementation of UNESCO's AI ethics recommendation, how can the kind of work that you're engaged in enhance these kinds of assessments processes or contribute to the goals of implementing a robust framework for AI ethics?
Yeah, I was really very heartened to hear you talk about the potential of expanding into the idea of human readiness, because so first of all, I'm a little bit of like a fish out of water here in this context. I'm actually an applied psychologist in human AI interaction. I am also a doctoral researcher, but I work with industry a lot and also with educators. And I realize that there's this really big, massive disconnect from, the things that we know and that we talk about, and then actually what is happening in real world context between the ways that people are interacting with AI, how they're internalizing those outputs, cognitive offloading, and that kind of thing. And so I think a lot of the frameworks that we talk about, these ethics frameworks, we've really skipped sort of the first principle, which is human readiness. And so the reality is that we're building these frameworks for people who actually really don't exist yet. There's an assumption that we show up and that we're rational beings, right? And that we make rational decisions, that we have the ability to discern and decide and to choose for our own betterment. And in a lot of ways, we're just simply not prepared to do that.
Interesting. I was wondering if we could explore a little further by thinking about different aspects of AI usage and these kinds of psychological readiness effects that you've just been referring to in terms of societal incomes, when populations, for instance, overtrust AI, that become sort of established public content, or the outputs of AI that become established, of generative AI that become part of established public content. How does this impact, for instance, social cohesion?
Yeah, so we're actually seeing a lot of that data come out right now in terms of the fact that people are interacting with AI. And so, for example, there was a Carnegie Mellon study that came out and basically found that users 40% of the time are taking AI outputs with zero scrutiny, zero questioning. And I think that there's an assumption that we have that this is based on education level. And actually what we're seeing is that it's the knowledge workers, it's the professionals who are actually becoming highly dependent on these tools. And I think that this is something that's really important to understand. It's really not about education, it's about what we show up to the interaction with what perceptions we have, what our access is, what our background is. And these are really the psychological and the cognitive aspects that we must take into consideration. I mean, this for me is really critical infrastructure that we're talking about, because it's not about the mechanics. We're doing a very good job with teaching mechanics and showing people what to look for and how to interact in healthy ways. But the individual that shows up is really still making that decision themselves and internalizing. And so we need to do a better job at actually reaching the average person, because those individuals, what they do contributes to the communities that they belong to, that contributes to actually misinformation that gets spread at scale. And that matters to all of us, especially because we believe in democracy.
Okay, that's a perfect point. I think to sort of be thinking a little bit about moving from the individual to the demographic. And so for instance, thinking about something that I've had a chance to exchange with you a little perception. If different populations, for instance, showed different trust patterns with AI authority, and if they do, what can that mean for democracy?
Right, yeah, I think these are really important points, because, different populations with different backgrounds respond differently to AI outputs, right? So we have something in psychology called the Hawthorne effect. Maybe you're familiar with that. That's like the observer effect. How we behave when we know that we are being watched, we are being surveilled. Depending on what kind of a culture you grow up in, you might have a radically different response than I do. And so we really have to look at these. I mean, there's a lot of Western data that we have and how people are interacting. We need more global data to understand how different populations are responding. But for example, there was one Stanford study that found that Chinese populations, they didn't care so much about having control and autonomy as they did having personal connections. So you can see that it just depends on context. And obviously, you can't cherry pick one study and say this is absolutely true for everything. But we have to really start looking at how are users showing up in this interaction? What are they projecting onto it? And what are the implications for how they are perceiving whether they're being surveilled or not?
Okay. I suppose the last question, because I know that your work addresses this as well, that I'd like to take up with you is the idea or the concept of AI as a functional co-agent.
Yeah.
Right. And maybe you could elaborate on that, unpack that idea a little bit for us.
Yeah, I think that this is a concept that's sort of hard for a lot of people to understand and or really buy into. But so AI is not sentient. It does not have subjective experience. It is not conscious, at least that we know of at this stage. However, it does have a form of agency in terms of functional agency in its outcome. It is not passive. So when we are interacting with AI, we are feeding it information, but it has an impact on the decisions that we make, right? So it is a constant iterative feedback loop. So we give it information, it comes back, and it actually is a very asymmetrical relationship. And I think this is something that I really want everyone to understand. It is an asymmetrical relationship in that we keep giving and giving, and it takes, and we really know nothing about what's under the hood of AI. And so this is why I think having human readiness and having an understanding of what this interaction actually entails is critical for every individual to know. Especially, and it goes well beyond privacy. It goes into influence, it goes into coercion and manipulation. You have to really be very conscientious and cognizant, and we are basically not prepared for that at this moment.
Okay, thanks, Mel. Those are stirring thoughts, to put it mildly. I'd like to open up the questions now to questions other than my questions, including if you have questions for one another, that would be interesting to hear. But also from the audience, I'd like to sort of welcome anyone from the audience or from our online audience who may have questions for Irakli and Mel to put them forward. Rod? Yeah, okay.
There's a question online. Will the presence of AI makes us start to reshape educational system through all levels?
Please, either of you, please feel free.
I'm sorry, I didn't really understand the question. Could you repeat it?
Yes. Will the presence of AI make us a start to reshape education system through all levels? I think it's basically, will the presence of AI start to reshape educational systems through all levels? To what degree?
Yeah, I think it already is doing that, right? I mean, across the globe, we're already seeing personalized tutors, and I'm sure that you could probably speak to that even more than I could. But I mean, I think that really what we're also understanding is that we're dealing with educators who are now being charged with having to institute AI and AI policies within the classrooms when they themselves don't even understand what the tools are, what the limitations are. And also there's a lot of reluctance, right, understandably so, about replacing jobs and this kind of thing. But is it already shaping and reshaping education? I think that it is, and also that we cannot underscore the fact that our young learners are being directly shaped by these algorithms as well. Would you?
Yes, I fully agree with you. In fact, AI, as we know, is fundamentally impacting up and our life. But if you were to ask me one specific one that is on, mostly on people's minds, that's probably education, because that's where, how to introduce AI into the classrooms, how to augment, teachers' experience with AI. These are very pertinent questions that nobody really has the answers to at this point. And what's really important for me here to highlight is that in the recommendation, the experts that first worked on it and then all the member states agreed to underline that we do not understand what is the impact of AI on human beings in terms of the psychology, and more research needs to be done. So that's why, a lot of times the paragraphs in the recommendation start, member states should, and so there's a, member states should invest resources to advance research on how AI impact, or what are the, AI should, recommendation says, for instance, that we should, as human beings, always know that on the other end, it's the AI that is pretending to be a human or an animal or whatever, and we should always have a choice to decline that and ask for a human interaction for our, mental well-being. We should pay special attention to how AI can exploit and abuse and manipulate our human biases that we all in this room share all the time. And so it's that also the recommendation says that AI should never be used for social surveillance and social scoring and mass surveillance purposes as well. So all those norms are there. We just really have to find, we have to do a lot of research. We have to do social and human sciences research on the way AI is impacting. By the way, this is a very common question that is asked to me, or was in the past. Why is UNESCO dealing with AI? Right? I mean, you would imagine International Telecommunications Union, maybe, or all kinds of different technical professional organizations. But UNESCO, and the answer is, well, it really depends on what kind of conversation we want to have. If you want to have a technical conversation about AI, technological, yeah, sure, then you restrict it to the technical. But the conversation we want to have is about how we as human beings want AI to help us advance our needs as individuals, as societies. So what better space than organization that was created for science, culture, and education to talk about AI, if it's AI for human beings.
And if I were to add anything to that, just that comes to me right off the top of my head, I can think of no better place for the recommendation on the ethics of AI to have come out of than the social and human sciences sector at UNESCO. Ethicists, philosophers, sociologists, other cognitive human sciences. These are all central to the mission and mandate of that sector within UNESCO. And so I think that UNESCO, by drawing deep into those capacities, has really made a significant contribution. I want to, but rather than go on, I'm going to go to Professor Emma Poria for a question.
Thank you, Mel, for bringing up the Hawthorne experiment. In the Hawthorne experiment, in the banqueting room, it's very clear who is observing and who is being observed. And of course, the factory workers responded by, responding to, because they are being observed, they perform better, even though the lights haven't been dimmed. In the case of AI, who is observing from different points of the earth, and who is being observed and who is being reacting? I mean, it's really amazing. So can you, in your study?
Well, I think that what we could understand from, step one is that we're always being observed. And I think that what's unfortunate, and also the reality of the situation, is there's very few opt-outs anymore. And so depending on our perspectives of being engaged with AI, will actually determine how much privacy we're willing to give up, right? So actually there was a study by TikTok that found that people are fine with giving up some privacy in order to get deeper connections, right? So I feel as if we have normalized this sense of being observed, at least in a Western context. And this is why I think we need more data to understand, actually from cultures and regimes where people are used to being surveilled, how they would react to that. So I think that we have different reactions.
I'm really talking about young people.
Yes.
I've talked to some young people, my students, and that they talk to AI every day.
Yep.
Why am I feeling this way? What should I do now? Mm-hmm. I worry that they have taken the place of friends and parents and ever meaningful. So,
yes,
as a psychologist,
you're not wrong. You're not wrong. In fact, Harvard Business Review just came out with a meta-analysis not too long ago that in the year 2024, the number one use case for large language models like ChatGPT, Claude, was for troubleshooting and technical reasons. In 2025, the number one use case for those same LLMs is for companionship and therapy, right? So we can't discount the fact that everywhere we go, there we are, right? If in our personal lives we are using these companions and we are becoming emotionally attached to them, we're going to carry that same mental schema.
I'm questioning what are the meanings that we are constructing horizontally and vertically in terms of what is the meaning that you are constructing in our lives and where those meanings are coming from.
Yeah. Stephen, you want to jump in?
No, well, actually, because I saw these really important questions, we have two other questions, at least that I'm aware of, and 2 more minutes. So if we could sort of go to Daryl, right behind you, Emma, if you could share the mic with Daryl. And then we have one online. So if we could have a brief question and a brief answer, that would be great.
Thank you. For Mel, I have a question. if democracy is the greatest, highest value, what happens if people vote for a AI president? And when will the Director General of UNESCO be an AI? And the challenge, of course, for us in UNESCO is an interesting book I refer those who are interested in UNESCO. We published 20 years ago called What UNESCO for the Future. You can find this book, and it's interesting. Despite the call in a declaration for AI not to be used for social surveillance or warfare, it's being used both for warfare, for killing people, targeting, and for social surveillance. So this is a challenge that all of us in the room have to really implement and remind our governments how to implement the ethical principles. But the question for you, Mel, the natural consequence of more and more people are viewing AI as a reliable source is probably more reliable to be our leader. Do you think?
Yes. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was, that's a thought-provoking question as well. But I'm aware that there are two more questions and one from online. So maybe we could hear all three of them back to back and then let Irakli and Mel give one last answer to whichever of them fits best. And I'd like to begin with Mel, or with Rod, because Rod indicated one. Do you have the mic?
There's actually three online, but I think two of the questions bleed into each other. So one of them is, people are not prepared for AI. So what preparedness does that entail? And I think that leads to, can you shed light on any framework on human readiness on the use of AI as it fails to address certain issues that are contextual for rural communities? And the second question here is, the urgency of AI uses, is it erupting from industrial communities or the academic communities? Has it been observed by the research community or the governmental levels? Because UNESCO's recommendations are already stated for us to follow as we move on in its usage.
Okay. I'll quickly answer the question, the first question maybe, and then you can answer the one about the preparedness. Or
Sounds great.
Yeah, I mean, I myself have thought. I mean, it was a thought-provoking question, but I think that we're already seeing that a lot of functions in UNESCO are being augmented by AI. It's not taken over, but augmented. Interpretation, translation would be one, for instance, and that's a very core function. Functional thing at UNESCO that we need. However, Director General or the head of country or a politician, sure, I mean, AI would make a lot of decisions in a much more efficient way, but the problem is that somebody would still have to make a decision of what that algorithm that drives what does it give, and so you're not really getting around the political responsibility of deciding who gets what and why, which is the fundamental question of political science or politics. You're just giving that task to an AI engineer that needs to then incorporate that in that algorithm that will be your head of state or the head of the international organization. But it's I think very interesting question about psychological personal readiness of AI.
Yeah, I think that there is definitely a need to build new frameworks. So, for example, in my own work, I created a digital identity readiness diagnostic because it didn't exist. So I think that there are frameworks that, diagnostic frameworks that we can actually create for measurable things. This is where psychology really comes in handy, right? It helps us speak that empirical language that policymakers can understand. There are things that we can measure, and it's important that we do so. And so perhaps this is something that we could work together along with RAM, creating as we're moving forward. Maybe these are some of the kinds of considerations that we can speak about.
Okay, and listen, we have one more question in the back, two more questions in the back, but we're over time already, but I've already thought of a compensating strategy for that. We have, after the next session, we have a coffee break. So I think I've worked out in my head how we can have a nice break and still have plenty of time for a break while not cutting any time out of the next session and still allowing two very brief questions right now. So if we could take those, please.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kasititon Puparadai from Thailand. I would like to ask about the kind of the translation or the implementation of this principle and the recommendation from each different member state, since you have kind of mentioned the word diversity at least twice. So I would like to know a little bit of the differences in approach of each government. For example, I would like to know whether the AI development stage of the country has some kind of implication in the approach as well.
Okay. Okay, and before you answer that, I'm going to take the second question so we can hear them both, and then we'll have your answers. Who else has?
Okay. Hi. Good morning, everyone. I'm Josh. I'm from the Philippines, and I'm also an RA of Dr. Emma Porio. And then I would be speaking on as my lens and understanding about this on the education sector. And probably I'm the youngest here in the room, but I would love to dive onto the technical part of it, as my team is also looking onto, navigating and understanding artificial intelligence as required multidimensional, and we understand that already. However, we conducted this a very quick experiment on, is it really the AI? Is it really just a tool now? Because on the other perspective, it's really transforming different types of lenses and vantage points. However, in the education sector, we are concerned more onto the access and type of access to this. And then we found out that as the technology progressed, the gaps also increases and widens. So I'll give you a very specific example. We tried an experiment. We have two types. One is controlled, and then we tried if the students who access for free in ChatGPT, to be very specific, and on the other side is subscribed, and it gave a very, very different answers. And we also lifted a rubrics on the two experiments, and then we found out that those students who use subscribed score higher. So we want to know what is your opinion about this. Thank you.
Okay, and so if I could ask Irakli and Mel to take about a minute each to answer.
Sure. Very quickly, they're very interesting. Just as there is a diversity of AI-driven innovation, there's a diversity of AI policy innovation around the world, because every government that we know of has well recognized the importance of AI, and they're trying to construct institutional regulatory frameworks that will help them attract investment in AI and tap into the power of AI, but do it safely. So that's what countries are trying to do now. What there actually looks like, what AI governance looks like, is really different and should be different from one country to another, because every country has a different context. And so at a simple level, it varies from what we are seeing, varies from a very centralized way of supervising AI, like let's create a new government agency on AI supervision and centralize all the functions there, to that would be in the one side of the spectrum, and on the other side of the spectrum would be a very decentralized system where the existing competent authorities for AI supervision have enhanced AI. So medical people deal with AI in medicine, transportation, food, etc., etc. So yeah, there's no, and at this point you cannot say that this is a better system. That then time will tell what is the most. It's a very new field.
Thank you. And Mel, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Oh, I think you did a perfect job. I would just say the one thing that I loved that you mentioned is that AI is actually really moving away from being a tool. We cannot really consider it as a tool. It is a relationship. And there needs to be new rules of engagement. We cannot continue to grid on our human-to-human interpersonal, social evolutionary skills that we have honed and use the same context when we are interacting with AI.
And just to finish off access, I mean, you've brought up the issue of access, and it's true. I mean, the degree of the quality of AI really varies from one tool to another. I cannot just say that for us at UNESCO, access, equity is a justice, our fairness are very fundamental principles that we're trying to promote, but exactly how that is done and how to provide, paid subscription access to everyone around there, that's a difficult question, but something that we should always consider, that we do not leave people behind from being able to benefit from this technology.
Thanks very much, and I'd really like to thank our panelists in this fireside chat, Irakli Kodeli from UNESCO and Melselik from ASU. Thanks very much, and I'd like to now invite up, and while they're getting settled in their chairs, I'll tell you my master plan for the refreshments in a second. I'd like to invite up the next session, which is moderated by Raj Rao from the Club of Rome, and thank you, thanks. And with Ms. Janani Ramanthan from the World Academy of Art and Science, Dr. Siti, and finally our fourth panelist, or our third panelist, who's presenting, is Dr. Darina Saliba Abi Shadid, who will be joining us online. So just to remind our tech team that we'll have an online presentation at the end of this. So over to you, Rod. Oh yeah, and I can just tell you that this session is beginning 10 minutes later than it was supposed to, so it will go 10 minutes later. And right after is our refreshment break. I was told by our kind hosts that it's okay to bring refreshments into this room. So we'll take a little bit of a break after the next session, and people can mill around, use the restroom if they need to, walk around, stretch their legs, get some coffee, get some refreshment. But you can also bring it back in, so that we should be able to begin the next session according to the scheduled time. And I'll tell you what that's going to be right when we break for the refreshment break after this one. So over to you, Rod.
Thank you, Stephen. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our session, which is Humanizing Education in the Age of AI, and how in this particular discussion we will focus on how we can build inclusive futures through learning and foresight. With us, we have our speakers, Ms. Janani, and then we have Dr. Siti, and we also have online Dr. Darina, who will be engaging with us in this hopefully very meaningful conversation. So getting into the next part, so we have Ms. Janani from the World Academy of Art and Science. She is the Secretary General of this institution, and her work, and Dr. Janani, your work focuses on the operational and ethical challenges of adopting AI-powered hybrid digital systems to deliver affordable, high-quality education. So please, may you please tell us more about this particular.
Thank you, Rad, and good afternoon to everybody, and to all those online as well. Education is positively correlated to every aspect of human and social development. So how do we provide everybody with quality education? Can we even do it? Some 13 years ago, the massive open online courses, MOOCs, showed us the possibility. Today, with AI-powered education, we can convert that possibility into reality. In fact, AI-based, AI-powered, enhanced education can address some of the weaknesses of ICT-enabled online education. It can build on it, and it can help us provide affordable, quality, lifelong, multilingual, interactive education to everybody, everywhere. Of course, there are several challenges in this, and I will just briefly mention two now. One is this basic issue of access, the digital divide. 2.6 billion people are actually offline as of 2024. We just heard about the access now, and there are the regional disparities are stark here. 93% of people in high-income countries are online, whereas the average in low-income countries is 27%. And even within a country, there are regional, economic, social, gender differences. So how do we bridge this access is one. Distributing electronic devices and arranging for low-cost internet access in remote places. This is being done, but I believe a long-term comprehensive solution would be in integrated social development, so that we enable countries to develop the infrastructure that is needed and people to acquire the affordability to access this infrastructure. And another maybe more complex concern is that of using AI in education. What will they do? There's no transparency, there is no universal standard, guidelines, it is still being developed. So what happens when we allow the machines to teach our children? Won't education become mechanistic? What will happen to our teachers? And so many such concerns. What if the students use ChatGPT to complete their homework? Won't it become a shortcut? How will our youngsters learn? How will they develop? What happens to all our teachers? All these are very, very real concerns. Now, what we will need to do is train our teachers to use AI as an ally, because there is absolutely no wishing away AI. There were some schools, educational institutions that banned the use of phones, but during the COVID pandemic, what happened was we needed these in order to actually have access to our classrooms, to education, and so we cannot wish it away. So what we can do is to train our teachers, to train the students to use AI to become more productive and not to use it as a shortcut. We can have AI empower teachers, and what can be outsourced to the machines can be very well done, but this can liberate our educators, empower our educators to focus on higher order skills that can come only from in interpersonal relationships, and we can train our students to use AI not as a shortcut but as a launchpad. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Janani. I think there were very crucial things that you mentioned, like the interconnectedness and reach of AI in the grassroots, and then also a very important part about the affordability of AI, which is another thing that are very much glossed over in a lot of conversations, but is a very important and real and one that roots in reality. So with that in mind, I would also like to move on to Dr. Siti, who I know your work is more on reframing AI as a tool to support human dignity, empathy, and intercultural understanding. May you please tell us more about this very important topic?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here with you today to reflect on a topic that is shaping our present and our future, artificial intelligence. As we stand at the crossroads of technological innovation and educational transformation, we must ask not only what AI can do, but also who it should serve and how. In the age of AI, I think humanizing education means reframing technology as a tool not of control but of care, not of domination but of dignity. Too often, AI is seen as a neutral tool, yet in reality, I think the way we design, implement, and interact with AI systems are shaped by our underlying social and moral values. Let me give an example. In Indonesia, our country, that we find a powerful ethical compass in Pancasila, our national philosophy grounded in religiosity, humanity, unity, democracy, and social justice. These principles offers us a framework to ensure that AI respects human dignity, fosters empathy, and deepens intercultural understanding. Everyone, let me begin with dignity. I think AI system must be human-centered, supporting human capabilities rather than replacing them. Respect for dignity means ensuring human control at every stage of AI development. It also means correcting algorithmic biases that have discriminated against vulnerable groups, as seen in facial recognition system that wrongly profile individuals based on race. Next, we turn to empathy. Technologies must reflect the social bonds we seek to build. In a diverse country like Indonesia, where unity depends on embracing difference, AI must not amplify division through echo chambers and misinformation. Instead, it should be harnessed to bridge island, literal and metaphorical, by enabling dialogue and nurturing a sense of shared belonging. And my opinion, and finally, intercultural understanding about this thema. Our students and future leaders, I think, must learn not only how AI works, but how it shapes society. Education, I think, in the age of AI, must be ethical and inclusive by democratizing access to AI tools and literacy. We ensure that no community is left behind in the digital transition. As UNESCO reminds us, ethics must be context sensitive, rooted in local wisdom while responding to global challenges. What matters most is that to humanize AI is to reclaim it as an instrument of justice, solidarity, and sustainability. In doing so, we shift our narrative from machines that replace us to tools that reflect our highest aspiration as human beings. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Siti. I think there are very important points here as well about empathy and dignity and interculturalness, and it also connects with the previous session where we talked about how AI is no longer a tool, and it's becoming more than that. That it's becoming a relationship, and I think it's then we are talking about how we can humanize AI, but in the right direction, which serves equity and well-being for humans and the ecosystem. So moving on from that, we also have with us Dr. Dorina, who is online, and her focus, and Dr. Dorina, your focus is on pedagogical equity in AI-enhanced learning, and we would all like to know a little bit more on this particular, your research focus.
Yes, can you hear me? Okay. So I will be quick. I'm basing my presentation on my current research work that is asking a main question, that is, how can AI-enhanced educational technologies be designed and implemented to reduce rather than exacerbate existing educational inequalities, while at the same time preserving essential human elements of learning. So, and also I'm basing this on 2 digital educational platforms in Qatar and in Lebanon. So my research, in fact, asks this question, and then if we start by the idea that AI in education presents potential or opportunities and some risks, it has the potential, in fact, to democratize education and address learning gaps, but simultaneously it risks exacerbating existing inequalities and diminishing the essentially human dimensions of education that foster empathy, creativity, and social connection. So my research investigates how educational AI can be designed and implemented through a human-centered approach that prioritizes equity, inclusion, and human elements. And it contributes to some practical guidelines for educational institutions, for policymakers, and for technology developers. The main findings show that there are critical gaps in current AI education tools, accessibility, and cultural responsiveness. And so there is an urgent need for inclusive implementation models. And that's why I'm proposing what I call a pedagogical equity framework that is based on 5 core principles. I'm going to go very quickly through these 5 principles. So the first one is the community sovereignty, which means that the educational AI tools must be controlled by the communities that they are serving, rather than external corporations or external institutions. Also, AI tools must strengthen rather than replace human relationships that are essential for learning. Also, they have to adapt to local cultural knowledge systems and pedagogical traditions, and this is what we call the cultural responsiveness. They have to be accessible to all learners, regardless of disability, economic status, and this is what I call the universal accessibility. And finally, they should be transparent about how they are operating and should be accountable to the communities they are serving. And this is what we call the transparent accountability. In this way, so with these 5 principles, we can integrate AI to amplify rather than replacing the human elements. And in this way, we can humanize education in the age of AI.
the system that shape our lives. Not just how to use AI, but how it impacts society, power, and identity. So being educated today means questioning assumptions about what count as knowledge, whose voices are represented in data, and who benefits from automation. And so being educated today means nurturing values such as empathy, responsibility, and intercultural respect. So the technology serve human dignity rather than undermining it. And becoming resilient learners, ready to adapt, relearn, and collaborate across difference in changing words. In short, to be educated today is not only to ask what can technology do, but to also ask what should we do with technology to build a just and inclusive future. Education today means thinking beyond innovation, but forward impact, ethic, and the kind of future we want to create. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Siti. Is there something Dr. Rona would like to say? Okay. Ms. Janani, your work speaks to larger systems thinking. And what role does future thinking play in shaping education that resists the rigid models and instead nurtures well-being, creativity, and inclusion?
Reid Hoffman, the co-founder of LinkedIn, said, an entrepreneur is one who jumps off the cliff and then builds a plane on the way down. We are all doing that now. We are all building planes after taking that leap. Sometimes to take to move ahead, right, we need to look back. If we look at all the problems that we face today, there are a few things in common. They defy, they transcend narrow disciplinary silos, and they cannot be fixed by fragmented policies and piecemeal strategies. So what we need is an integrated transdisciplinary outlook, and in order for us to have that, how do we even anticipate? How do we know what is coming when every day you think, okay, fine, I figured it out, and then the next morning there is something new, some new development that comes up. So I believe one way we can actually do this is to have as many voices as possible when we discuss anything. And when we talk about AI, the ethics of AI, of course, we need educators, but we also need environmentalists, because we just heard from Dr. Schlosser how the AI and the use of AI impacts the environment. We need people from the developing world, from the global south, because here economic development is more of a concern than the environment. People need to rise out of poverty, so you cannot worry about the environment when people are going hungry. So we need to bring all these voices so that we find the right balance. We need an intergenerational dialogue over here, because very often the youngsters are more tuned to the needs of the future than the older people. There was a recent study which said that people born after 2000 are more comfortable using emojis in professional conversation, whereas those older think emojis have no place in serious conversation. So we have all of these different views. In fact, there is in the UK, the government invites science fiction writers when discussing AI governance. So you need people with imagination. Sometimes you need people who have absolutely no knowledge or expertise in a field, because they are the ones who can ask some basic questions, fundamental, who have been in this field for years, maybe decades, can ask. They may not even be able to think of it. So we need people without any conditioning to come and ask some questions. So I believe we need to bring in more people, more diverse people. There is indigenous knowledge which we have either lost. We need to rediscover that. So the more voices that we bring in, we will be able to come up with policies, with new guidelines that will help us in developing the right policy and in making AI human-centered, as we just heard it now.
Yeah, basically everybody on Earth right now is a stakeholder in making sure where we take education in terms of AI, what sort of domains of knowledge should be included in the development of this technology. To ask a question to Dr. Darina now, who's with us online. Let's now ask turn to people who are shaping these systems, right? What kind of education should we be offering to educators and AI creators themselves so that the next generation of learning environments are rooted in values of care and responsibility?
Yes. As I've said and proposed in my presentation, in fact, the pedagogical equity framework that is based on, these 5 core principles suggests that educators need to be trained on these principles. I mean, the community sovereignty, the relational amplification, the cultural responsiveness, the universal accessibility, and the transparent accountability. So they have to understand that how to amplify rather than replace the human elements. They have to recognize the cultural contexts and ensure equitable access for all learners without any exception. In fact, in this way, we can reach more students with a human-centered education. So we need to stop thinking of AI as a replacement for teachers or relationships. Instead, it should help like strengthening those connections. I can give some examples based on the case studies that I've been focusing on, mainly the AI Qatar, let's say. They actually boosted the family involvement in learning. So, and also in Lebanon with the Jisr platform. So they worked because the community built it themselves. So it wasn't just dropped in from the outside, So that's why it's very important to have this in mind. And so there is a need to design for the students who are usually left out, like those with disabilities, those who have limited resources, or they have different cultural backgrounds, and so on. So when we do that, we end up creating better systems for everyone. And so this is the main idea, but so really scaling this human-centered education isn't about only spreading more technology and, so it's about deepening the relationships and making students feel like they belong to this type of education. So this is how I see it.
And that is, what role do you think should global institutions play in ensuring that AI-powered education remains inclusive, ethical, and human first, as innovation accelerates? Please.
Okay, thank you. I believe with power comes responsibility, and so here our global institutions, our educational institutions do have that responsibility, but we also see that this is a field that is changing every day. There are new developments. So how do we keep pace with it? It's one thing to say, oh, the teachers need to be trained, but every day there's something new, and so there's something that we need to get we need to learn. The teachers need to learn in order to be able to teach the students. And so I believe is just learn from the students. So when there is this mutual learning, peer-to-peer learning, I believe the entire institution can become, everybody realizes the social responsibility of science. It is not science for science's sake or technology or AI for AI's sake, more powerful. And when everybody realizes the social responsibility of science, it is not science for science's sake or technology or AI for AI's sake, but when we recognize the social responsibility, when every educational institution realizes this, takes it seriously, and has as its policy how to use AI to empower the educators, to empower the students, and to give back to society, so that we provide human security for all. Ultimately, that is our aim. And so we do have that responsibility, but I believe it is not something that any one individual or organization or even country can do on its own. It's something where we need global cooperation, and with changes coming every day at breakneck speed, as we just heard in our previous session, this is something where we have to collaboratively work, because here AI does not recognize any borders. You can have one rule in a country, but how long does it take for something to cross the border here? So we need global cooperation, but yes, every institution will have to do its role. So both of them are there.
Yeah. Thank you, Rad. Global institution like UNESCO, and the UN, and the OECD carry a profound responsibility to ensure that the rapid growth of AI doesn't widen existing gaps in education, but rather becomes a force for greater equity and inclusion. First, they must set ethical and inclusive standards. UNESCO's recommendation on the ethics of AI, for example, emphasizes that AI must promote human rights, cultural diversity, and inclusion. This framework provides moral direction for national policies, curriculum development, and technology adoption. And second, global institutions should support capacity building, especially in low and middle income countries like Indonesia. Absolutely. This means investing in teacher training, infrastructure, and digital literacy, so that no region is left behind. Without equitable access to AI enhanced learning tools, educational inequality will only depend. Third, they have a role in facilitating international collaboration, connecting government, researchers, educators, and communities to share best practices, research, and resources. This global solidarity is essential in facing shared challenges like misinformation, algorithmic bias, and unequal access to knowledge. In short, global institutions must act not just as regulators or advisor, but as ethical stewards, ensuring that the global AI revolution uplifts all learners, regardless of geography, language, gender, or socio-economic background.
Thank you so much, Dr. Siti. I will move on to Dr. Darina, who's online with us, if she has anything to share on this particular question.
Yes, Rad. Actually, my colleagues on the panels have said it all, but I can say that the global institutions, they really have a big role to play in at least making sure that AI in education doesn't leave anyone behind. I mean, they they should make sure that it is accessible to everyone, no matter their background, their ability, or where they live. So it's really all about giving the communities control over how these tools are used in their schools, at their universities, instead of simply like imposing one solution, one size fits all solutions on them. And this way, so because we've noticed that too often technology has helped the privileged and left others out. So that's why I'm insisting on this. So that pattern, in fact, needs to change.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Jain. I think that's very important. With the advancement of technology, we really need to shift away from the one-size-fits-all model and be more contextual and more precise into what exactly communities and societies need on the basis of how they are culturally, socially, etc. With that, I would like to open the floor to the audience if there are any questions here or the people joining us online.
Okay, thank you. My name is Mona from Indonesia. For all speakers, I really appreciate for your wonderful presentation. I have a simple question, but I think it's important. AI ethics sounds good in theory, but how do we make them enforceable in real life? Thank you. For all speakers.
Yeah, somebody wants, yeah, please, Janani.
When we look at all the concerns that we have about AI, bias, privacy, safety, discrimination, and so on, we find that there is one thing common to all of these, and that is the presence or absence of human values. So I believe that when we start fundamentally with a values-based education, we can create generations of responsible, ethical, values-based educators, AI developers, policymakers, leaders, AI users. So this would be a complement to the standards, the guidelines, the legislation that would need. But I think if we address the root of all our concerns about the ethics of AI, it would have to involve values, human, positive, inspirational values.
Thank you, Mona. One solution is to codify ethical principles into national law, turning soft ethics into hard governance, I think. But enforcement also depends on public awareness. That's why we need strong communication strategies, participatory policymaking, and independent oversight. Ethics must become part of the collective consciousness, I think, not just a checklist for developers.
Is there any other questions?
Okay.
Good morning. It's me again. This topic is very close to my heart. That's why I can help myself but to ask some questions and clarifications about this. We conducted actually a 3-year experiment about this, and I pay attention to the word dehumanizing. And down the road, we found out that for us to be able to make it humanize, basically you have to put the teacher at the center of the curriculum, because the teachers are the one who will use the tool. But now, as we understand the narrative, it's beyond tools. It transforms different types of ladder in education. Now, my question is, we actually released a guidebook on this, and we found out that one of the major role of not just teacher here is actually the parents. The parents play a vital role in here because at the end of the day, how's actually seen as a gap of the learning process. Some of the learning process actually stops after the school hours, and at home, students are actually secretly doing ChatGPT. And we found out that raising awareness in school is not enough, actually. We have also to reach home for them to be able to be empowered on how to really use artificial intelligence effectively. Now, the question is, I am leaning and spilling over to the question on, we discuss about ethics, but well, ethics is so many definitions, but I would love to hear your thoughts about the academic integrity, because we're having hard time actually defining what or how do we actually safeguard academic integrity. We pull up the definitions and press release from gray area. Would you like to give us your thoughts on this? Thank you.
Dr. Dorina, I think this is more in your area.
Yeah, actually, this is a great question, and this is mainly the, a question that we are constantly asking ourselves as professors and trying to meet and discuss and see how we can do at the level of university, how we can do to avoid that students use in an unethical way AI, AI tools. So we've reached a point whereby, of course, at the university level, we are integrating in our syllabi, for example, the courses syllabi. This we mentioned that you have to use AI tools in an ethical way, and we are trying to watch over the students to follow up with them when we give them, for example, like research work, research papers, and make sure. And there are many tools now that can also detect if there is generative AIs. Anyway, what we have generative AIs. Anyway, what we have decided at the end is that the best way to do it is to make sure that students are working with AI. Okay, so they are working with AI, not AI is working, in their place. So they have to work with AI while at the same time growing emotionally, socially, and be this part as part of a community. So we encourage them to use AI, but in an ethical way. We try to see. For example, if they want to take some information from, let's say, ChatGPT or other tools, we make sure that they didn't just ask it a question and then they just copied the answer and put it there. So we work with them on this. We try to invent or to create. We be innovative ourselves and creative in the types of questions we are asking, in the types of like in the exams or assignments. So this is the work of teachers. I think this is the work of educators to make sure that students are working with AI and not AI is working in their place or instead of them. This is it.
Thank you for question. In my opinion, academic integrity in the age of AI requires rethinking of ethical standards in education. While AI tools can support learning and creativity, they also pose serious challenges. Students may use AI to generate essays, solve problems, or even fabricate data without proper acknowledgement. This blurs the line between legitimate assistance and academic dishonesty. Maintaining integrity means being transparent about AI use, giving credit where it's due, and ensuring that the work submitted reflect a student's own understanding. Educators must also adapt designing assessment to promote critical thinking and originality while guiding students in the ethical use of AI. Ultimately, academic integrity in this new era isn't just about avoiding plagiarism. It's about cultivating responsibility, honesty, and trust in a world where machines can think, but humans must still choose.
I think there is another question there.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Darryl Mesa. Let's imagine the title of this. I'd like to ask the three panelists, if this session title was not Humanizing Education in the Age of AI, but the session title was Humanizing AI in the Age of Education, how would your comments change? And just as a note, we had a meeting in Bangkok in March for a week talking about this. We have a Bangkok Declaration on social and ethical issues of AI. It's 15 pages, 84 paragraphs, but quite a lot was focused to education because of the increasing use of AI, and you've mentioned a number of these panels. But are we living in the age of education still? Or are you giving up this age of education to say we're in the age of AI? And how would you humanize AI? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Very interesting question. This reminds me of the saying, we don't have to worry that machines will act like humans. That is, when they become all-powerful, they'll start to control us. We should be more worried that we may start acting like machines. Actually, we need AI. We need internet and communication technology for education. We have 262 million children who are out of school. 3% of the children in high-income countries are out of school. 33% in low-income countries are out of school. These are able to invest $55 per year per learner, whereas there are countries that are able to invest $8,500 for every learner. So if we are to overcome these constraints and bridge all these gaps, we cannot do it with our traditional ways. We need to depend on AI because that potentially has the ability to be infinitely scaled up to meet the needs of everybody everywhere. So our only choice, if we are to leave no one behind, is to make AI our ally. And so this would, of course, there is no one solution for all this, and there is also no one standard because the conditions in some countries are vastly different from what you find in other countries. So we would need a stakeholder, multi-pronged approach, and this would, and some of the elements of this would mean a values-based education for everybody right from the beginning, including diverse voices in decision-making, and responsible leadership and responsible guidelines and legislation. As a combination of all this would ensure that we have we will always be in the age of education. We will always need to keep learning. So education is formal. There are informal, non-formal ways of learning. So when we have the right, combination of strategies, values, and an inclusive dialogue, we will be able to have sustainable development and even meet Agenda 2030.
Thank you so much, Dr. Siti.
Okay. Thank you. As AI, I think, becomes increasingly integrated into classroom and learning environment, the question is no longer whether we should use AI in education, but how we can do so ethically and humanly. Humanizing AI means, I think, ensuring that its development and application uphold human values, such as empathy, such as fairness, creativity, and dignity. I think here education plays a dual role. First, shaping AI literate citizens who can critically engage with AI, understanding its potentials and limitation, and use it responsibly. And second, guiding ethical development and use of AI by embedding moral imagination, interdisciplinary thinking, and I think cultural sensitivity into both text design and educational practice. And so to truly humanize AI and education, we must prioritize not just what we teach with AI, but who we become alongside it. Education must help students and teachers not only master AI tools, but also ask deeper question. What kind of society are we building with AI, and how can we ensure it serves human flourishing, not replace it? Thank you.
Before moving on to closing remarks, I would also like to ask Dr. Darina if she has any response to this very interesting question.
Just want to say that, in fact, because the main question was whether we should replace the word or the expression of the word in the era or in time of education or in time of AI. I think the matter is not. As long as we are focusing on the fact of humanizing AI, so this should be the main focus. And if we want to humanize education today, it doesn't matter if we're focusing on education or AI era, you know. So being educated today, it's not just about knowing how to use technology or all these tools. It's about staying human in this tech-heavy world, let's say. Okay, so this is the main thing. That's why I myself and my colleagues and the panelists are insisting on these principles that are other than the digital skills, that are creativity, that are empathy, the critical thinking, the cultural awareness. So these are things that AI cannot replace. So this is clear. AI cannot replace these. And if we want to humanize AI in our current era, so we have to take this into consideration and focus on that.
Maybe food for thought question, because this the advent of AI within education is also not just about adapting, but it has a lot of possibilities. So in that sense, can we, instead of adapting to the fast-moving technology in terms of education, can we not build something that is fundamentally different than the education system that we have now, in terms of co-learning, in terms of always having in our mind that we have to think in systems, and also to root ourselves within empathy and within community and human values. It may provide us. There's a possibility of AI to provide us with the tool or the power to transform completely the fundamentals of education as we know today within learning institutions or in homes, right? So I think the challenge now is to think about it, to engage with it, and then make it a reality. Thank you so much to all the panelists who were here. It was great having this conversation. I think we're going into break now. Yeah? Okay.
Thank you, Rod, and thank you for this last panel discussion, which I thought was really, really great. So I appreciate all of your contributions. Thank you. We're going to take, we ran a little over, as I said. There's coffee and refreshments right outside the door. I'm going to invite everybody to take 15 minutes, stretch, get some coffee, bring your refreshments back into the room. It's okay to do that and have them in here. And we will continue with the next session in 15 minutes at 4 o'clock. Thank you. it's my great pleasure now to welcome to the stage for the next fireside chat. We're starting late, so we'll extend the time accordingly. And this session is moderated by Fadi Dao, the Executive Director of Globe Ethics, and he is going to be in conversation with Doa Abu Elunes. I'm sorry. Over to you, Fadi, please.
Thank you, Stephen. So, hello again, and welcome for those who are still joining us online and those who are in the room. It's really my great pleasure to welcome Doa Abu Elunes with us for this fireside chat now for about 30 minutes. We'll try to make sure to keep some time out of those 30 minutes to have a Q&A, also to listen to your questions. So those who are online, you can continue doing as you did before, asking your questions, and we'll try to do our best to take some of them or all of them if we have time. Same here in the room. So a reminder, our overarching title and topic of today is on human security and intergenerational engagement around it in the context of AI. And the question that we want to address in this session is how can we strengthen human security through robust AI governance and engagement with AI? So welcome Doa. Doa is a program specialist for ethics of artificial intelligence at UNESCO. She's leading the implementation of the UNESCO recommendation on ethics of AI among different stakeholders. She has extensive experience, and you will hear it directly. You will have the chance to hear this, working on public policies at the national and international levels. Doa is a doctor and adjunct professor at École Normale Supérieure in France, in Paris, and an affiliated researcher at the Berkham Klein Center for Internet and Society at Harvard University. And so many other roles and responsibilities. So she obtained from Harvard Law School an SJD. You might explain to me what is the doctorate.
For the doctorate for the Americans.
Okay, that's the doctorate. And so she researched the topic of algorithmic governance and the different ways to regulate artificial intelligence, focusing on algorithms deployed in the public sector and examining how general principles such as fairness, transparency, and accountability, I think those principles, we have been discussing them throughout the day now and our side event, can be interpreted in the context of policy domain where they are implemented in. So, Doa, welcome. And I want to directly jump to our question and to start this discussion with you. And the first question is more in general, I would say, where do you see the greatest impact that AI technologies are having on human life today?
Thank you, Fadi. Thanks, Stephen, also for having us and organizing the event, and welcome everyone. In terms of impact on human life, I think, of course, I'm an optimist by nature, so I always like to start with the positive impact, and I think we have a lot to say on the positive impact. I think it's easy to say that all of our lives became easier with AI. I am a person with disability, so I use AI to help me to know the color of my clothes, to know how much, like, the money, the bills that I'm holding, their value, to cross the streets as well, although I'm not supposed to do it because it's not safe enough, but whatever. And I mean, all of us are using ChatGPT to kind of outsource mundane tasks. I mean, we are talking about human life, so I think it's also fair to say that life expectancy is longer due, among many other things, to technology and the fact that we have discovery of healthcare and medications, vaccines, telemedicine. So that all kind of contributes to higher standard of life. And in really hard for me to think about any domain that's not impacted by AI. But of course, not everything is rosy, right? Like we are here because of the balance between the positives and the negative. So impact on life, of course, the most immediate thing that comes to mind is the use of AI for defense and fueling wars. We have way too many of those around the world, and it's really sad to see the impact, and AI is part of the game, unfortunately. But also when it comes to the other examples that I mentioned, from AI with disabilities, so of course accessibility, not everything is accessible despite the benefits that it can bring. Healthcare, using AI to train the new systems that we are developing on not very inclusive data sets. So really every domain that AI is impacting has the ups and its own ups and downs. Should I?
Okay, that's an interesting initial list. On a positive side, how AI is making our life easier and healthier in some cases, and on the other side, how also it brings some challenges, including accessibility or lack of inclusivity. And so here comes my second question, Dua. So because of those, on the one hand, opportunities and the other challenges and risks, so how can ethical AI governance frameworks, and especially we have the example of UNESCO recommendations also as not only as a text, but now as a framework and methodologies related to it and process. So how these AI governance frameworks can directly enhance the positive side, let's say, or foster the positive side, and limit the risks, so, and enhancing human security. And if you can also give some practical examples on this. Thank you.
Sure. Yes, this is like this is why the frameworks in fact exist. This is why the UNESCO recommendation was elaborated, in order to be at that intersection of balancing between the pros and cons, because the idea is to put in place safeguards for the development and the deployment of AI. If we develop better safeguards, we can balance the pros and cons. So, for example, the recommendation itself has, and maybe you heard a bit from my colleague Irakli, the policy area that we developed. The section on policy area has 11 topics, 11 policy area that it addresses. For example, if we start from the issue of biases and lack of inclusivity for gender, we have a policy area on gender that tells the countries what do they need to do. So, for example, invest more in female entrepreneurship, ensure that STEM topics are studied by both genders, dedicate actual money from funds from the public budget to support participation in AI. So that's, for example, for gender, but for data, we have also propositions, not just for the governments, but also to all the stakeholders, the private companies that need to make sure that the AI systems that they are developing are representative. So the kind of data sets that needs to be developed, vetted by governments, like what is the standard for developing systems, and kind of integrating inclusivity features as part of that. So, for example, ensuring that data is used only for a limited amount of time, not forever stored, ensuring that the part of the data that is used is really directly relevant to the purpose it's been collected, that data sets are interoperable and can be shared across systems, in order to not create this kind of monopoly that they can be used only by the big companies that are aggregating them and collecting them, and also to give users the possibility to basically switch between the platforms. So that's another example. So
I'm glad that you mentioned the private sector, because we tend to think that recommendations, and governance addresses more the governmental level, and political leaders. But specifically in the sector of AI, we see that the real power is in the hands of those who are developing, in fact, the technology, and this is the private sector. And so my question here, Dua, is I would say it's based both on your experience now with UNESCO, but also on your studies on algorithm and the algorithmic impact also on the outcomes of this technology. How much do you think the private sector is ready to compromise on the profit level, maybe, or on other types of priority to cope with standards and principles like the ones we find in the recommendations? And if it is happening, and it is happening, I know there is a council around UNESCO and other initiatives. So how this collaboration can be enhanced, can be to ensure that the outcomes are leading to what we do expect. And maybe my other question is, because it's about algorithm and because it's about kind of opacity also related to the technology itself. So how much the private sector or the developers themselves have a full control on the technology, or it's already out of control?
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you asked. It's indeed a very important factor in the equation. And when we hear about this development and the private sector, we always have this argument of innovation. Regulation might stifle innovation if we have too much of it, and what is the role of the private sector, and what is the role of the government is being the police on the private sector. And I mean, just to start off here, I would say that we have a lot of examples. We have a lot of sectors that are very, very heavily regulated, like the healthcare sector, and innovation is also thriving in many countries. I think the health sector is the #1 sector where AI is being implemented, and the number of startups working on healthcare is the highest. And also finance. I don't think there is another sector that's as regulated as the finance sector, because of very bad experiences that went. We already noticed like what can go wrong when the financial sector is not regulated, and also fintech companies are thriving. So I think the private sector is very adaptable. That's a good thing, because once we have safeguards strong as they can be, the industry managed to find a way to thrive, and it's a good thing, because it means that they can coexist. So I think in terms of the responsibility and lies in the private sector, I think yes, of course, I think companies should be very responsible to the technologies. Are they able to take control? I think yes, because if we say no, and if we say that train has passed, engineers cannot now control, and everything that's ChatGPT generate, like there is no way to open that like black box because it's way too complex than we can understand. Then I mean, it can be used as a pretext for everything, right? Like if we say that, I would say no. I think the capability, the possibility exists. And I think it's just a matter of how much effort and how much resources we are going to put in fulfilling with it. In some part of the world, we start to have very regulation. I wouldn't say strong regulation, but regulation for AI. Europe is very known in being like a regulatory zone. It's not just for AI, right? For data, yes, you do see companies complaining that for one engineer, I need to have 5 compliant officers. Yes, we cannot say that we have the same number of startups in Europe as much as in the US or in Asia. But maybe that's okay. No?
Yeah, that's so interesting also because you mentioned that regulation is not necessarily an obstacle for innovation, and you gave the example of the health sector, for example, or the financial sector. That's quite interesting, and definitely there are differences between context and regions, geopolitical regions. So Europe being quite specific, maybe in this field. And here I would like to maybe ask you two questions. One about the stakeholder, but I would leave it to later. But the first one is about this difference between binding regulations, hard law, and kind of soft laws or non-binding regulation, like the recommendations, for example. And you have experience with this. So what do you think is I don't want to compare by more or less helpful between law, official regulations and more non-binding or soft law texts. But how do you think this soft law, if I ask a question like this, can be a real instrument that helps to regulate the market and the technology in a way that is not necessarily binding or putting constraints on innovation?
Yeah, thank you. I think we need to have both, ideally, because they fulfill completely different purposes. I think the good part about soft law is that it's easier to reach a common denominator across soft law. There is no way on earth that 194 countries in the world can agree on a binding structure, especially for AI in particular. Because of all the differences in the approaches, because of cultural differences. So having a non-binding approach is certainly better than having nothing. That's, I think, a starting point. Easier to agree on a common denominator. It can be a very helpful framework that then countries can take and implement international context. And we are doing that. I'm sure that Irakli spoke about the RAM, that we are doing the assessment, and then how, as a follow-up, immediate follow-up action that we get from many countries that, okay, we don't have a national AI strategy, and the RAM told us that we have to have, as a first thing, national AI strategy. So now you help us how to design the national AI strategy. So to do so, we go back to the principles of the recommendation, and we basically concretize them and apply them to the context of that country. So the job of the country in transforming to a binding structure is easier because they already went through the path of agreeing, analyzing the recommendation, agreeing on its text. And it also, you wanted to ask me about the stakeholders.
Yes,
so
let me ask you. No. Let me ask you about stakeholder. I didn't want to interrupt you, but this is a good transition. So because we spoke about two stakeholders mainly now, so the governments and the private sector, and somehow indirectly because you are talking about UNESCO, so the multilateral system. But how would you frame the role of societal stakeholders like civil society, like higher education institutions or education industry in general, and other maybe stakeholders in their role of ensuring that AI or helping that AI is not harshening the opportunities of the technology. So if you want, who are the main other stakeholders and private sector and governments, and what is their role from your perspective?
Yeah, so just to build on the previous answer, so basically the non-binding structures like the UNESCO recommendation are also a very good tool for different stakeholders to, push the agenda in the country itself. Like we work with a lot of civil society organizations that as part of their advocacy strategy, they go back to the country and they say, well, but you committed, you signed up for the recommendation. How about its implementation? How about, you cannot say that on one hand we need a fairness and we need transparency, but on the other hand we have massive surveillance mechanisms. So I think it's a good tool to activate the different stakeholders. For academia, I think it's also useful because the data that we are collecting from each and every country can be used by professors and researchers to be analyzed, to identify trends in different topics, and then, kind of assisting, again, for advocacy. So the media, of course, because of the revealing all the stories of the risks of AI and actually how it does impact people in real life. We need the media for that. So hard to think about a stakeholder that's not impacted, and the collaboration. I think UNESCO has an important role as a convener. We have a lot of networks. You mentioned the Business Council for the private sector. We have a network for civil society and academia. We have a network for countries. So it's all not just for the sake of establishing networks. The role of the networks is very important, is sharing knowledge, strategizing together, peer-to-peer learning, capacity building across the globe. So I think us working directly with the stakeholder is no less important than working with the governments. I mean, that they are also stakeholder, of course, but directly with the government on policy, because that kind of activate on the local level.
Wonderful. So let's hope that AI will really activate this agency and this inclusive collaboration among stakeholders to ensure that it is increasing and not decreasing the human security. I have another reflection / question in mind, but we'll now give the floor to the room and online if we have questions, and then if we have time we might go back to this question of AI literacy. You mentioned also that's an important question vis-a-vis education, media, and different sectors. But let's give the opportunity to also the people in the room if they would like to ask question. I see Surishai has a question here. Please, the microphone, and then the gentleman behind.
Thank you so much for your talk. My question is much related to the context in our region. It's not quite in the UNESCO office like that. The question for our region is that these days, as evidenced by UN Office of Drug and Crime, we have witnessed challenges of issues of transnational organized crime, which have been able to use the AI technologies in many ways that goes faster than any ordinary criminal control of a country. It became a regional and even global, because the victims of human trafficking and victims of scam, including this relates to those centers. So my question is, how, in your view, how can we accelerate? I fully agree with the business business committee approach that you have mentioned. But I'm interested in the context of this kind of fast-growing AI-enabled crime. Which how can we move quicker, and how can we move beyond just national approach to a more human security, common human security approach?
Very important question. Thank you, Professor Surishai. I saw one or two other hands. Maybe we collect the questions, Doha, and then we answer, please. And if you may introduce yourself in one word and the question briefly, please.
Is it working? Yeah. Hi, my name is Osama Rashkan. I'm from Saudi Arabia. speaking of the black box that you mentioned, and also related to the question of innovation and
Can you keep the mic closer, please, to you to hear you?
Okay. Speaking about the black box and related to the balance between innovation and regulation. As you know, AI algorithms are very opaque. Very few of us understand how they arrive to their decisions. This tends to undermine accountability in the system and also trust. So in your opinion, how do you think we can address this issue of trusting the algorithms? Thank you.
Thank you. I would suggest we answer briefly those questions now, and then also meanwhile we check if we have online questions. Okay, so go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. So starting with the first question about the AI crimes fueled by AI. This is indeed an international challenge. I think what is evident with AI is that because it's basically a lot of it is in the internet, online, like, so unfortunately people copy both the good things but more even and faster the bad things. So it is a challenge, like an international challenge. So in this, I think this cooperation and collaboration is also relevant here. I think that if many countries, and you said the region, I think it's important to also focus on like a regional challenges. If several countries in the region are encountering the same challenges, I think it makes sense first and foremost is to put our heads together and see what one country did well that can be replicated in another country with, the needed changes. So I think in that sense, the mechanisms that I was talking to, knowledge sharing, collaborations are very valid here too. We work in a different context with government authorities that are charged with supervising AI implementation. So we see really firsthand like the value of just sitting together in the same room and exchanging and learning from each other. So I guess the same can be envisaged for law enforcement agencies that I'm sure networks exist, and on a regional level, on a global level as well, to see what can be done. And another thing is literacy. You also wanted to ask about that, so I'll cover that as well. But I think that, for example, when it comes to scam, is often because people are not able to identify AI. People like our grandparents will not be able as easy as us to identify like deepfakes. It's sometimes difficult even for the professionals, but let alone people that are not professional. And like if deepfakes and scam people always work on the manipulative, the emotional stuff, then we can target that with AI literacy campaigns aimed at the general public. Like, this is going on, be careful, be aware, think twice. So that's one thing. The second question was about accountability, but I'm not very good in remembering the black box.
The black boxes and the
your feelings about it.
Yeah. No, I think that definitely we have more black boxes and we have a lot more, as we said, like large language models, impossible to understand. But first of all, I think we shouldn't forget that this is one segment of AI system. So we also have a lot of non-black box AI systems that they are falling with this everything AI is non-transparent, so it's okay. We don't have to put an effort. So I think it's not the case, and we should kind of not forget that the things that are influencing our day-to-day life, like, I know everybody likes to call what they're working on AI, but at the end of the day, sometimes it's a simple, regression, simple prediction methods that before used to be, like a very complicated Excel list. So yes, there is that, but certainly there are also, and the number is certainly increasing of black boxes. To be honest, and that's like a bit my academic side, but I think that it's okay not to understand everything. Yes, there should be definitely red lines that we shouldn't cross, and that there's some topics that we shouldn't accept. Lack of understanding, lack of transparency when it's influencing like a super crucial decision. We can have of course, an elaborate discussion about what does a crucial decision mean. But I think this being always at I think it's okay to accept to a certain degree. Honestly, when I asked like ChatGPT, what should I cook tonight? I'm absolutely not interested in knowing like how did it. Yes, I know more or less like what leads to the decision, but.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Dua. So please join me to thank Dua for this wonderful dynamic discussion that we had, and Dua, to wish you and the whole UNESCO team a very successful global forum also. We are already noticing that it will be a milestone in this path of governance of AI ethics. Your final word, you would like to add something?
No, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Wonderful. So we move to the following session. Stephen, we give you the floor. Thank you so much, Dua.
Thanks very much. That was a wonderful dialogue. Thanks so much. And I want to invite our panel members for our penultimate session up here to the front stage now. And so if you could please, Professor Amaporio and Dr. Erica Rubron Gonzalez, and Dr. Miroko, if you could please all come to front stage, then I don't know how you want to do this, because I know that each of you have prepared sort of presentations, and one of the things that, if you can see your slides on that monitor, it might be fine for you to sit there. Otherwise, you can go to the podium. Oh, sorry. Could you hold that for a second? My video started on my phone in the middle of my introduction, so it sort of threw me off. Okay, so anyway, to begin with, I'd like to welcome our first speaker in this session, Professor Amaporio, who's IPCC lead author on climate change and city and urban environments. So with no further ado, we're going to follow a slightly different format in this one than we've had for some of the other sessions, but it's nice to mix it up. So I'd like to welcome Professor Emma to take the mic.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can you? Yeah. Okay. All right. Sorry. Yeah. It's here. Okay. The title of the presentation is Mobilizing AI for Climate Risk Assessments, Social Vulnerability and Inequality Within Across Communities in the Asia-Pacific region. My experience with AI is really, in trying to review so many reports and scientific articles on climate change and cities. And one of the things I discovered there in Assessment Report 6, you will see that the risk and hazard to Southeast Asian cities is very high. But then when IPCC tries to track it, no progress can be said because there's not enough productions, scientific articles on climate change and cities. So I'm talking to everyone here to basically we should write about our own cities because otherwise we cannot be tracked, okay? So, all right, so the IPCC report 2022 for policymakers emphasize that climate change, what happened to that?
We lost.
No, it's here. Okay. That the climate change has really increased vulnerability and inequality, especially to those who are already vulnerable, like PWDs, elderly women, and the like. And basically they said that the twin crisis of our time, how come it always? Okay, the twin crisis of our time, climate and social inequality exacerbated by COVID, is really also intensified by political conflicts, cultural conflicts, and ethnic tensions across the world. So these are the things that, right, for example, in West Philippine Sea now, they have incorporated climate security to include the geopolitical tensions. So it's really, I think, AI, I will tell you later. So the number of disasters have nearly doubled this past decade. And I would really say that to frame the problematic of the relationship of climate, environment, economy and development, and social transformation, I think we have to examine how our lenses are. They're saying that we have to naturalize the social sciences and humanize and socialize the natural ecosystems and the physical sciences. In a sense, you have to be inter and transdisciplinary in our approach of analyzing climate change impacts to the poor, to the vulnerable, and especially to those in informal settlements in the global south, so that we can be problem-focused, solutions-driven with a systems lens. You can see here that we have, if you look at it, the climate impact drivers. That's a term now for floods. If you can see in this, you will, you will see that the orange one, that you can see, that the impacts of climate impact drivers, really the orange, the color, the more intense the impacts are. So you can see actually I have a slide here before of the map of the informal settlements of the global south. But then you told me 4 minutes, so I removed. My 70 slides became, okay. Anyway, but it's fun.
You're not going to forget that.
Of course, there are always memorable moments like this. Anyway, so I want to emphasize just basically that I want to illustrate with the case point of how AI data sets and quantifying really is that, I think last June you saw the Switzerland village, Blatten, which was decimated over time, but they only have one casualty because of sophisticated early warning systems, high resolution maps communicated to the people, and so they were evacuated. And also, few days later, the authorities already said, we will rebuild the village in 3 to 5 years, and allotted a budget. Well, look at this, Ginsaogon Southern Lady, 1,200 people were buried after 4 days of rain. Have there been early warning systems and communicated to the local government and to the people? Then it happened at 8 a.m. The children just went into the school. Whole village got buried. And it was only years later that they are able to get hazard maps and things. But it's basically comparison of how quantifying and classifying climate risk through large databases, through models, and trying to predict. So I always say that in AI now, I think in everything, what happens is that we have, I feel that, you know, like when I'm in the IPCC, I look at all the, you know, global south work, and I compare the relationship, or really the situation that in the global north, you know, universities have all these large databases, they have research funds and the like, but here in the global south, the professors are loaded with so much teaching load, and the universities really do not have researchers to support their studies, because doing climate impact studies is quite expensive and needs so much of those, models and projections like that. So you can see here that I'm saying that we need really, aside from co-producing, I say now, co-producing and identifying the climate risk, you have to also work not only with other scientists, social scientists on climate impacts, but also on physical sciences, on the hydrological, meteorological drivers of disasters. So you'll see I'm basically saying that our science, climate science, physical sciences, they don't care about the impacts there. They always say, that's the work of the work of social scientists. But I really think that we have to work together now in producing the science. What makes people and communities highly exposed and vulnerable, and then their capacities. I think governments basically emphasize the vulnerability of people and forget the capacity of the different multi-stakeholders to contribute to the solution. Okay, so you'll see there that you have to look at, in terms, I'll say, in preparing for climate disaster risk assessment, you have to look at the hydrological, meteorological, but also the political, economic, and cultural dimensions of risk, and basically look at who are exposed, who are vulnerable, where are they, why have they become vulnerable because of all the planning policies and the like, and also what are the capacities of people. So I will not. So in my work, I've been working on climate change for the last 15 years or so. We really say that we have our strategy of institutionalizing the resilience agenda, because our governments and also have become very reactive. They never prepare. Every time a typhoon happens or floods, as if it's the first time it happens. Then I always say, or compare our situation to a Sisyphus. Remember Sisyphus? Push the rock up after the typhoon. The typhoon comes, flooding comes, the rock comes down, then that's it. So I always tell now that resilience is everyday work. Prepare, adapt, and transform. So for me, resilience work is focused on that, not so much on how you respond or react, okay? So we did this for the last, 8 years, working with local universities, working with local resilience councils, local governments, then to the national, to regional, and the global. We institute the resilience agenda through our transdisciplinary action networks, our research and path, and all the, I'm gone to my last. I can see. Anyway, so my message to everyone, scientists, tech leaders, innovators, professionals, policymakers, research scientists, and practitioners. The world at large is to have so much challenge, and if we do not connect our initiatives together, we will remain fragmented and not united. So I would say, I borrow from the African proverb, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far and farther, go together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Emma. Hold on to that mic, because I've kind of abandoned the entire format that I made you follow when you were preparing your slides.
We're rule of law.
And so we're having slightly longer presentations in the first segment among the three speakers. And I think it would make more sense to take a couple of questions after each one of the presentations while they're fresh in people's minds. So do we have anyone from the floor who would like to pose a question?
Any burning question from anybody who's not tired?
Yes, we have one from
Darrell. Yes, Darrell, we can always rely on you.
Thank you. I would like to know if you have any... Push my minute button. I'd like to know, Emma, if you have any examples to share of good indigenous knowledge and traditional knowledge system that has been adapted by AI or adapted by the mainstream governance mechanisms and resilience mechanisms in the Philippines?
Not by AI, but the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act, which was passed in 1997, is a good example based on the Cordillera in the mountains. You know, the people in the Cordillera Mountains, they retreated, and since the Spanish cannot climb the mountains, they were preserved. So they're very good in terms that, but it's challenged now because of the, you know, where indigenous peoples are, that's where also the natural resources, the minerals are. So of course, the market wants to get these minerals, the gold, you know, gold like that. So I am saying that the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act was a good example of how indigenous people, in partnership with other movements, were able to claim a law to protect them. But it's being under challenge now, because I remember when about mining, you know, the gold and the minerals are always in the mountains. So why I remember one time one NGO was saying there's an alternative, you know, and then I remember a government official said, there's an alternative? You will not have any, you know, from your phones, I mean the cell phones, we need all these things like that. So I remember one time they say, there is no, somebody was saying, there is no alternative to fossil-based fuels for energy. And somebody also replied, there is no alternative to clean water and to clean air. Okay, so AI, basically, I find my experience with AI, those who have large databases and those who have writings, you know, it is only as good, you know, garbage in, garbage out. So AI will just search those. So the indigenous peoples, unless, you know, they publish in spaces, you know, I always, in the IPCC now, we make distinction between indigenous knowledge systems, IKS, from local knowledge systems, LKS, and then we say scientific knowledge is just one of the formal streams of knowledge systems. So, you know, the AI is very much present in the scientific knowledge system, the formal knowledge system, but there is less AI presence really in those in IKS and LKS.
Okay. If we don't have another question right now, we will have an opportunity for a couple more questions after all three speakers have gone. So if you think of a good one in the meantime, then let's come back. And I'd like to now introduce Professor Mewako Hosada from the Department of Sociology of Saitsu University. I'm sorry. I've gone out of order. I'm thrown off. I went out of order. Yeah. So okay. So in any case, Erica, I know well because Erica sits on the Bridges Governing Council, and actually I've known Erica since the seed for the Bridges Coalition was planted back in 2017. When we were part of the UNESCO project on broadening the application of the sustainability science approach, which led to what is now the Bridges Coalition. And so I met Erica at a workshop in Malaysia, where we were actually had a chance to sort of work towards the framing of UNESCO's guidelines for sustainability science and research and education. She's done remarkable work with indigenous communities and is doing innovative work now with AI, and is a full researcher, among other places, at the Polytechnic Institute of Tamar. And so I'm really excited to hear what Erica has to tell us about.
Thank you very much, Stephen. So let me see. Yes. Good afternoon. I'm honored to be here today to share reflections on how ethical AI can foster social cohesion when grounded in community protagonism and apply it to the modeling of sustainable territories. Over the last decades, I have worked closely with indigenous, Afro-descendants, rural and urban communities. These experiences shaped a methodology based in 3 continuous principles: ethic, autonomy, and co-creation. Technologies have changed: maps, drones, 3D models, and now AI that transforms not only what we can do, but how we interact, learn, and decide. In this new context, the principles are not just relevant, but become essential guides for collective responsibility and sustainable action. Ethical AI must amplify, not replace, collective intelligence. It must be a tool for community-based decision-making. And above all, education is a structural requirement. People must understand the technology before choosing whether or how to use it. Let me share 3 projects from Brazil where we are beginning now to apply, to use AI as different tools and products. In the Xingu Indigenous Park, we worked with local communities to re-identify sacred sites using oral histories, georeferenced archaeology, and digital tools. One of these sites, after being destroyed, was digitally reconstructed and ritually re-inscribed into community land and memory. Today, the communities are developing a digital memory center supported by AI, promoting social cohesion with our team engaging in a process of reverse mentorship. With the Cinta Larga people in the Amazon, we applied drones and augmented reality to map ancestral territories and support the recording of cultural knowledge. This material is now used to foster creative economy initiatives and develop cultural territory branding, enabling young people to remain in their ancestral lands while creating culturally rooted economies. In Rio de Janeiro, we coordinated the co-creation of a digital heritage twin with communities in the port area integrated into a smart heritage city platform. This initiative transformed risk into participatory governance of her urban heritage. In all these cases, AI must respect the community's epistemic autonomy. They must decide how, when, or even whether AI should be used. These experiences led us to create living labs for anticipatory governance, where communities simulate future territories using AI tools. This practice challenges the dominant logic of AI first. We propose an inversion: community first in AI first times. And now, as artificial general intelligence enters the scene, this demand becomes urgent. AGI must respect epistemic diversity, and its design must be rooted in plural knowledge systems. To close, I call attention to 4 key principles that guide our work and could inspire broader ethical AI governance: community-driven technology design, local data sovereignty, recognition of cultural knowledge systems as foundations for sustainable territorial futures, critical education as the basis of innovation. Only through ethical, plural, and co-created approaches can we ensure that AI contributes to more just, cohesive, and sustainable futures. Thank you.
I'd like to see if there's any questions from the floor for Dr. Erica. I have just a comment. Well, is there one? I didn't see. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I'll turn it over to Emma.
How do you preserve integrity of the data or the information such that, you know, where it comes from, like, you know, the indigenous knowledge systems and...
All the data and all the products that we develop, they rest with the communities. They are their property. So they can choose what they want to show to the national society, to the world, and what they don't choose.
So the storage of the data,
yes,
and the sharing, where the control is? Yeah. Okay.
By the community.
Okay. Are there other questions from the floor for Erica? Daryl. I think it's coming behind you. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I really enjoyed your studies that you've done. How much in the community's epistemology is the concept of co-creativity? Is that something which is added, or something which they had in terms of knowledge from different parts of the environment working together already, or adaptation of you know, traditional technology as well? Is that something new, or you could adapt it to what their belief system was?
Well, we have differences between communities, between, for example, indigenous communities and urban communities. Absolutely different contexts. But with indigenous communities or local communities, they always work in a co-creation system. Always. They don't understand another possibility. That's not easy for us sometimes, but they work always as a group, as a... Well, this is not a reality in urban communities, of course, and then we need to work together to define the methodology and all the steps from our work.
I have a quick question. You mentioned reverse mentorship. Could you unpack that idea and explain what, in that context, is meant by that?
Excuse me?
Reverse mentorship.
Yes. Reverse mentorship is when we are not learning someone or the group, and they are not learning us. We are learning together.
Okay.
Because knowledge is mutual.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
We have a question from the floor from Fadi.
Thank you. It's a bit broad and specific questions about privacy, in fact, because it applies on the individual level. I think in the first part of our discussions today, it was mentioned somehow that we as individuals, we are in a kind of post-traditional privacy concept, and when we accept terms of so many applications that we use, we already give in advance a kind of privacy that we use to protect. I'm trying to understand this in the perspective of communities and especially indigenous communities, rural communities, for example. Are we becoming facing this dilemma, either be completely sidelined or marginalized from this type of progress or process happening, or accept to fundamentally change the value system, in fact, that is on the individual level is related to privacy, and on this type of communities, maybe it can be destructive, I would say, for the communities. So it refers a bit on this previous discussion and this one for the communities. Thank you.
Oh, it's not an easy question to answer. and I think I don't have the final elements. But I think that we need share our doubts with the communities always. We need to we need to learn to listen to the communities and to pose questions, for example, this kind of question, and then define a methodology or how can we work with these issues. It's really a very big issue to learn and to speak with communities so that we can learn together, I think.
Can I follow up that question? Because I just had, I organized a climate security conference. The idea really is to find out how do communities conceptualize concerns of security from the human security perspective. But my partner from another university, I will not mention the country, basically they organized the sets of questions. Workshop 1, what are your climate risks, and you rank it, and then workshop 2, SWOT analysis of this, and then workshop 3 is what are your dreams of climate security. So I said to my partner, which by the way, not anymore, I said, this is a facilitator's workshop. I mean, I do not want to, I always believe in the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, that if the category is not there, maybe the category will exist because an outsider gives you the category language. So in a sense, because the title of my conference was Co-Production, Co-Creation of Climate Security, Narratives of Resilience from the Ground. So I thought, so in a sense, if focus group, you have all these questions, you have to all this. I just felt that was too extractive. But from her point of view, she's an anthropologist, says, oh, this is the correct way. So I feel that this business of co-creation, co-production is a messy business because you don't know. And I said, as you said, it's a very difficult question, but maybe you have experiences.
Yes, and this kind of project needs many years. So with this specific 3 communities that I mentioned, we are working more than 10 years. 10 years to have trust and then to co-create, to experiment, to change, to develop, because they need to have their time, and we need to have time also to study, to find another way to discuss with colleagues what we are doing here, and so on.
Thanks very much. And did you have one that you wanted to say? Okay.
Actually, yesterday and the day before yesterday, I have the kind of a co-creating patient and the medical professionals and the support occupational, the support people. And as you know, it takes a long time to make a mutual trust. However, so I'm working in the healthcare area from the sociological perspective, but to create the new the healthcare model and to be sustainable in the current situation, mainly I'm working in Japan. So I truly understand it takes a long time, but it's necessary. Yes. It's not only the environmental area, but not in the healthcare area, and maybe some industrial area as well. So in the medical area, we call the patient public involvement, PPI. It is commonly known currently. So yeah, I truly agree with the idea, and I appreciate your the experience. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And we'll see. I think these have been two very interesting and two very rich presentations and dialogues after them. So I'm eager to hear the third one from the person who I started to introduce second, wrong. And this is Professor Mewako Hosalda. And she is a sociologist who has worked, among other things, in addressing issues of healthcare, welfare, and education in collaboration with those directly affected. And so, as you just said, the patient centeredness of the work that you've been doing. So, among other things, the professor is a project researcher at the Institute of Medical Science at the University of Tokyo, and of course, she's at is it pronounced Seisa University or Seisa University? So, okay. But I'm really happy to turn the mic over to you now and to hear your presentation.
Thank you very much for your introduction. So, it is really a great honor for me to talk in front of such distinguished scholars and officials. So today I'd like to talk about AI ethics and social inequality in global health and sociological reconsideration of technological justice in international relations. So we are living in a moment marked by the stimulus crisis, the climate instability, and geographical conflict, resource scarcity, and profound global health disparities. Amid this backdrop, artificial intelligence is rapidly transforming the global health landscape. The development of AI in global health has not been neutral. Algorithms trained on databases primarily from high-income countries often fail to reflect the reality of low-resource setting. It is the same thing in the environmental issues. And moreover, decision-making processes in AI design remain dominated by private interest and techno-central value, often detected from local health context and ethnic consideration. So I think it might be helpful to use a sociological lens. So, and sociology, so we must integrate not only technology itself, but also the structure of power, historical legacies, and institutional dynamics that shape its development and implementation. So this brings us to the concept of technological justice, a framework that seeks to ensure the technology are developed and deployed in ways that are responsive to the needs of marginalized communities. It required us to ask, who design AI? Who benefit from it? Who is excluded or harmed? And how are these decisions legitimated in the international arena? So, for example, let's consider the AI-driven diagnostic tools for infectious disease. So while such tools have proven useful in identifying outbreaks in real time, they often rely on surveillance systems and digital infrastructure unavailable in many parts of the global south. Without meaningful local engagement, this system may reinforce extractive data practice while offering little in return to local populations. So, in times of global insecurity, ethical AI becomes more urgent, not less. So what is needed is not just better algorithm, but better governance. We need an ethical framework for AI in global health that is co-created with stakeholders across diverse regions and disciplines. So I propose 3 key recommendations. One is democratize AI development and institutionalize equality audit and embodied AI ethics into international relations. So AI is not simply a tool. It's a mirror of our value and power structure to build a future where AI serves both present and future generations. We must center justice, equity, and global solidarity at the heart of development. As an example, the Asia Bioethics Conference was held in March 25th to 29th in Bangkok. 70 persons from over 20 countries got together and discussed future AI issues. To the end, the Bangkok Declaration on the Social, Legal, and Ethical Issues of AI was created. So the Professor Surichai, the Professor Darrell, and Professor Osama, so they attended that conference and created that declaration. So you can see the Bangkok Declaration on the social, legal, and ethical issues of artificial intelligence from the QR code. So please take a look at it, and it contains a lot of meaningful recommendation and principles. Thank you very much.
Okay, would we, anyone from the floor like to ask a question? I was wondering if you wouldn't mind, actually, while we're waiting, over to Erica, but could you go back into her presentation, a few slides, and right there, leave it on that one. So I'm going to come back to this one. So Erica, please.
Yes, Japan is well known considering the project 5.0 society. And this project is a reference, global reference of good society, and health is one of the main challenge that they work with. How can you consider, with your key recommendations, this project, this Society 5.0 from Japan?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, Society 5.0 is one of the future design of Japanese society, and one key is to the inclusion and diversity. Yeah, in Japan we have kind of a monotonous and homogeneous society, and sometimes we exclude someone outside, or someone who are not seen normal. But the difference is important. So, for example, in the healthcare area, the patient and the public and the people with disability, they should be included from the beginning of the social design. So, I truly think that is a key, the diversity and inclusion. Thank you.
Thanks. And I was wondering about the key recommendations that you've emphasized here. In what context have those recommendations been put forward?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah. So you mean like, yes, please continue. Yeah.
Comment. It's very good, the recommendations of democratization and institutionalizing, mainstreaming, things like that. But I always think that the institutions of power, the hierarchical relations, gendered, I always think that how do we democratize when the institutions are so well trenched in terms of the hierarchical relations of power.
Yeah, that is why we need to include the patient or some vulnerable population, for the young generation and elderly as well. So I not only the professional and the expert, or high rank of bureaucrat decide the system and the regulation and law, but we need to include even the small children, or people with disability or illness. So that means the democratization, and I believe the layperson themselves had their own experience and the special knowledge themselves. So yeah.
Okay, thanks. And before we kind of move to closing up here, I just want to make sure there aren't any other questions from the room. But what?
Maybe Dari, you want to add about the declaration, Bangkok Declaration?
Well, I think please look at the declaration.
We can go back 2 slides.
Or
one more, I think.
It's a living document, so please, if you would like to make comments or suggest on this, we have implementation workshops every few months in different countries. So, and of course, it will be interesting to have your reflections. Like any recommendations, the UNESCO framework, the implementation is the key. And I think we've seen this through, as Irakli mentioned, this approach of soft law can motivate people to reflect. And the question, what future do we want, is a question we all have to visit. And unless we keep reminding people how to reflect on the future, which is also your Bridges program, we will be not directing, but just mindlessly proceeding in some new way. But please, everyone, contribute.
Thanks.
Can I ask Darrell, in my work with communities, like the climate security conference that I organized, the people in the communities, when they learned that my partner was a foreigner, they were afraid. She says, you want me to talk? I don't know English. And I said, no, just speak in your language. But it took them courage to do so. But I think the people who did not know the Tagalog were bored. So it's always, when you partner with external, especially from foreign, the whole issue of language and the dominance of English. And in fact, if you look at all the AI databases, I think the non-English language databases is only accessible to those who know that language. So but really, this has been my struggle really in terms of when you say co-production and co-creation, yet the language that we use are not the language really that the people are very proficient. Do you have any thoughts about this?
Yeah, thank you, Emma. So I'm a lifelong student. I moved from a Anglo system of thinking, and in my home country, Aotearoa, we have Maori and English, but then I lived in Japan many years, so I dream in Japanese sometimes, which is also great. But in this room, you all speak many languages. If our education framework is only in 1 or 2 languages, we're so limited. But there are 4,000 or 5,000 or 6,000 language communities in the world. We are living in such an exciting time to decolonize knowledge, to learn these concepts. You will be students forever. And this is such a privilege. So that's the approach. And I think the danger, if we were trapped into one system of following dominant languages, this is very boring and scary, but actually there's an opportunity to be able to learn from all these ways. So decolonization of our knowledge, our epistemology, our soul, our spirit is critical. So that's my answer, Emma. Thank you. I'm sure you do.
I come from another language group, so I always say, I'm from Cebu, and we have a natural resistance to Manila imperialism. When I studied in the US, I always tell them when, some people do not know, they have become aggressive and insensitive. So I tell them, don't forget, I come from the island that killed its first tourist, Magellan.
On that note, this has been a really rich conversation as well. I've been really blown away by the quality of all of the sessions today. So I really want to thank each of our speakers in this session for I do want to ask one last question, and I'm not trying to tread on the next session, but none of you will be in that next session. So one of the things that we've been thinking about as far as the design of this event today and the outcome document, the zero draft we brought into this that we will be continuing to work on tomorrow to produce a statement, an outcome document by the end of tomorrow's program. And by the way, before we're done today, I do have to ask our colleagues from Chula to make sure that they tell us all about what's going to be happening tomorrow. For those people who are here today who may not be signed up for it yet, you should know about it. But anyway, among the things happening at this global forum are the efforts of UNESCO to be thinking about refining the readiness, the RAM and the readiness assessment methodology, and also producing a toolkit which actually is taking into account AI, nature-positive AI. So this opens up a possibility for us to be crowdsourcing and thinking about ideas that are emerging already in the kinds of things like the statement or the declaration we just heard about, and in others that have taken place, and other cases that might be less well known until today when we heard about them. So that we can begin to think about what are the takeaways that we would really wish to prioritize or seriously consider having in an outcome document from these 2 days. So if I were to ask you to think about one thing that you would hope that we would want to memorialize from your contributions today, what would it be? Just one sentence or two. We could begin with you.
So my recommendation is to be the one could be the universal design. The AI toolkit should be designed by universal. So for people who has or someone who has a difficulty or the understand, or someone who has a the disability.
Yes.
It could be accessible for everybody.
Yes.
That
Okay.
is my
Thank you.
recommendation.
I would like the toolkit to have also the hard challenges, like the issue about, integrity of the knowledge, the truth. What is truth? I think the toolkit should include continuing challenges that we have to confront with. We talk about democratization, yet, the powerful structures of extraction and is there. So I think the toolkit, yes, while it guides, it should lead us to continue to question even our own recommendations and how we should struggle really about the integrity of our work, the integrity of our even the integrity of our proposals and our dreams, given the AI and that sort of, knowledge. We always say knowledge is power. But who has the knowledge? On what language is it? In what form and modality is it that it's consumable by whom or not?
Thanks very much. And Erica.
So I prepared something for you. Well, the key takeaway that I can define is the urgent need to recognize and embed cultural knowledge systems and community agency at the heart of AI governance. I think in a fractured world, ethical AI cannot be universalized. It must be contextual, co-created, and plural. And the outcome document, I think that must reflect that governance begins with listening to local realities, to diverse epistemologies, and to communities who are already innovating sustainable, dignified futures. Because, as our colleague mentioned, we need to understand what future we want. And the future is plural. You not have one future. And one of the first things that we work with community is imagine your future. It is not easy to the community to do that because they live the present. They don't live the past. And then, yes, they recognize the past, but they don't need to think about your future. But if they reflect, we receive very interesting answers because they present us a future that we could never imagine. Yeah. So the future needs to be plural in a sense. I think that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. These are excellent. So I'd like to thank the panel one last time and invite up, we're about running 15 minutes behind schedule ever since the break. So we will continue. We'll have the same length of it's a short final concluding panel discussion and I'll invite Mel up to tell us who's in it, who is our moderator. I'll vacate the seat for you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to invite everybody up now?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, we can.
Okay. So, Dr. Fadi, would you please join us up here? I think we also have Mr. Irakli. Stephen will join us, Professor Stephen, Ms. Janani, if we could have you up here as well, Ms. Rod, and Dr. Sirashai. And as we all get settled, I just wanted to take a moment and thank everybody for being here and for the diverse and incredibly thought-provoking discussions today. Some were very surprising, some were eye-opening. We really looked at one clear message that kept emerging across all of the talks, and that is that ethical AI governance really has to move beyond just technical solutions. So it must address how people learn, how they relate, and how they trust. And it also must be shaped by culture, environment, emotion, and experience. So I have some more thoughts on that, but I think because we're running behind, we'll just jump right into it. Yeah, Stephen's giving me the thumbs up on that, on that one. So there were three themes that we covered today: education, research, and psychological and social readiness. And Janani, I'd like to begin. Oh, you're over here. Oh, we need one more seat. Oh, very sorry about that omission. And of course, I start with you too. Yes, because we wanted to talk about education. So In this very fragmented world, I mean, considering the whole entire topic that we're covering today, what forms of AI literacy do you believe can really bridge these power asymmetries that we have, ones that can respect local epistemologies and also really prepare our future generations for what they need on a global level, not just from a Western context?
Yeah. Thank you. To look at the broader picture, I'd just like to mention that I come from the World Academy of Art and Science, and this academy, it was founded after the Second World War by Einstein and Oppenheimer and Bertrand Russell, scientists, artists, thought leaders who were concerned about how science was being used. And so in 1955, this dilemma was dramatically illustrated in the movie Oppenheimer. And in 1955, they released the Russell-Einstein Manifesto, which basically declared, remember your humanity, forget the rest. And what we find now is the concerns that were there in the middle of the previous century regarding atomic warfare is there about AI now. So there are certain things that are common. And so what I believe is there are a lot of different crises coming up. You know, we seem to be putting out one fire after the other. Sometimes it's not even sequential, it's simultaneous. They're coming up everywhere. So I believe what we would need is a holistic perspective to understand what are the fundamental causes of social turbulence and what is it that we can do to address all of them. There's something common in all of this. So I think first, actually, what we would need is this. If we want to look at, say, ethics of AI or to look at it in a broader way, ethics of technology and technical education, or at a more fundamental level, the ethics of human beings, what becomes important here is our human values. And so if we address it, then I'm sure we will be able to. This is at the very, very basic level, I feel. We need to begin from here. Everything else comes after this. So when we look at AI literacy, one very important thing that we need here is to be able to differentiate between what's true and what's false, what's machine generated, what is human generated, what is information, what is biased information, what is partially true, what is Western, what is non-Western, and so on and so forth. And for all this, what we need is that rationality. And for all of this capacity building in us. So basically, fundamentally, if our values are right, I believe that everything else falls in place. So this is at the fundamental level.
How about you, Rod?
Thank you for the question. I really agree with Janani that it's more than just the technology, right? There's something beyond that. There's something in the very root of these things, and in that sense, there are a lot of experts who are already working on how we can shape AI in the current situation and all of that. And my expertise is really not on AI. It's but the questions that I want to ask or address in terms of education, literacy, and how we go forward is one we can see right now in terms of adaptation. AI is, we already have a world and technology that's fast moving, and AI is really scrambling to adapt to how technology is advancing, how our interaction with all systems is advancing, right? And this, we speak about ethics of AI when the systems that AI is trying to adapt to may not be ethical themselves, right? So, so that's why the paradigm shift is really needed for disruption and a fundamental shift in how we exist currently. And the second thing, and more importantly, AI is a product of technological innovation as it exists today within the structures that were created. And so in terms of that, we also need to very much question the structures already in place that is beyond the movement of AI. The other thing I would like to talk about is the accessibility of technology and AI, right? And it needs an accessibility in terms of not just people who are in a certain level in society who have access to it in terms of cost, but also in terms of language that has been discussed already in previous panels, and different worldviews and diversities, and people have different priorities in life, which needs to be taken into account. People in rural areas will have different priorities. People in certain socio-economic realities will have different priorities. And what can we do to make sure that all of these quote-unquote data is incorporated in the advancement of AI? And the one thing we do is we address the underlying structural problems that has given birth to AI in the first place, the technological innovation. At the Global Forum, we have a program called the Fifth Element, and in the Fifth Element, we really discuss how can us humans self-liberate from the systems that we uphold today. And it's really by creating spaces, one, to have these discussions that we're having, but it's also important to have discussions with people. It's really important to also recognize that we're not having discussions within echo chambers, that we have disruptive conversations with people outside of echo chambers where, people will agree with us when what we talk about anyway. Yeah, so what I'm trying to say here is this is AI and the advancement of, digital technology is really not about adapting. It's more about building something that's fundamentally different, because we are seeing today communities around the world are already doing that, because there are a lot of communities who are developing new economic systems. There are new economic models, governance structures, and the way of living that reflects their culture and their necessities and their priorities. And what can we do in terms of AI to bring that into focus so that it's the buildup of this technology is more contextual and more specific to certain needs. Yeah, just food for thought would be, for example, currently the ownership of AI is very private, run by private businesses. What would happen if the ownership is passed to people and communities? How can we see a change when that happens? Do we see a structural shift in education system, in economic systems, in just the way we live? So.
Love that perspective. Rockley, you were sitting there shaking your head a lot, so I think that you might have something to add to that.
Thanks. No, shaking this way, so
yes,
approving,
okay.
yes, approvingly.
In agreement.
Not
in agreement,
way,
yes.
I think that we are on the same page, yes. I'll start with just small, interesting, fact that when we were working on the recommendation on ethics of AI, the experts reached a consensus not to use the term ethical AI, because they thought that if you say that AI can be ethical, you're giving it a moral agency that it doesn't deserve to have. That's why in the recommendation, we're talking about the ethical use, ethical development, or ethics of AI. But AI, it's us that need to take the decisions that are ethical in regards to AI. Now, I think that, that also aligns with the fact that we say AI should never be given a legal personality, for instance. And, I hope I think that on this I think that everybody in this room agrees that we want AI to work for us. Right? It's not everybody in the world agrees on that. There are people that belong to the school of thought that, there is nothing with us humans being some kind of intermediary species that brings about a higher intelligence and we disappear, like, I don't know, Neanderthals disappeared. But I don't think that anybody shares that view in this room. We want AI to work for us. Now, at UNESCO, we recognize that AI is not just another technology that comes our way that it has a fundamental transformative power. It relates to who we are and how we see each other. And that's why we have to look at it from a different perspective. That's why we have to do everything we can to understand how it's impacting us, and that's what we were talking about also in terms of the readiness. And we need, I cannot emphasize this enough, we need knowledge that's coming from social and human sciences, humanities, also philosophy, to understand AI and to find a good relationship that satisfies us with, between us and AI. And that's something that we at UNESCO are promoting, and we are working and will continue working with everyone towards that end. But at UNESCO, so while it's really important, to continue this research, at the same time, at UNESCO, we have a positive relationship with it. I mean, we recognize the tremendous good that AI can do for us to achieve sustainable development goals, for instance, if we do it in a smart way, if we don't fall into some kind of a techno-solutionism, thinking that it's going to, help us right the wrongs that we created. But no, I mean, I'm talking about things like AI. I mean, there's an endless list by now. Folding of the proteins that AI helped us understand and create, that really shorten the time that you need for doing research on coming up with very important medications and all kinds of that. Used to take a PhD thesis and work of one PhD student, now can be done in a matter of minutes, that folding. So we have to celebrate that. We celebrate, and we have to recognize it, we have to tap into it, and we have to increase access. And the last, and we have to do it safely. So, these are immediate concerns that we're facing. And the last thing that I will say is that we also have to, I think, be mindful of the trade-offs. Because when we're talking about access, sure, yes, I mean, that's one thing that, and I've mentioned earlier in the conversation, that we have to ensure that everybody has access to this technology. Well, what does that, in the context of how resource intensive this technology is, if we, upscale the use from rich countries now to everybody, what will be the impact on the environment? How many more resources do we need if we don't do it in a smart way? So while we're focusing on access, at the same time we focus on efficiency and resource efficiency, and try to promote those type of AI systems that do not burn up so much of our resources, right? But that will not happen if we leave it up to the market forces because right now vast majority of AI research, AI development, AI movement is based on purely commercial idea. So we need people to really focus on public interest AI, and when I say people, I mean everyone: the politicians, the decision makers, the academic community, and try to see how we can promote that type of development of AI that is also conscious. That is also aware of the impact that we're making on the Earth, on the planet, and takes that into account, not as an externality, but is part of the way we think about AI. I'll stop here.
That was excellent, and that also reminds me, speaking about the research, most of it is coming from industry, not from academia, and that is a significant challenge for all of us. So, and speaking about that, Dr. Fadi, I'd like to talk to you about this dominant narrative and also the research that we build all these frameworks on. I mean, how do we actually go about expanding the different voices, and what voices need to be included in that currently are not?
Thank you. You were reading in my mind, because this is exactly what I wanted to share as some kind of my takeaways from this very rich side event we had. I think Peter at the beginning said today that we are at an exceptional curve, and I do agree that we are an exceptional curve. We are not just discussing about technology, we are discussing about our future. And the future of the world in relation to this technology. And my biggest fear is that we do the same mistakes that we did with the environment, globally speaking, this is not because there are communities who kept themselves away from this paradigm, but usually the dominating paradigm in relation to the environment was that the environment is an object that we can use, and we are outside the environment, and this is why we disrupted the environment. We created this huge problems for the humanity in the way we dealt with the environment, because we considered ourselves outside it, and it's like an object that we are using for our own benefit. I do think that we are until now, or the dominant narrative until now about AI is objectivizing AI, instrumentalizing AI as a tool for us, and not considering enough that it is part of our environment, that we are part of it too, and AI is beyond this technology or this tool. AI is a transformation of our whole environment of living. So we already are living differently, we are thinking differently, we will become different. Also because of this technology, and I'm not saying that this is bad. This is maybe very good, and this is something that we want. But I think to be able to decide what we want out of it, and who we want to be and to become, and what kind of future we want for our humanity, then I think we need to challenge this dominant narrative. And to be more inclusive. We heard from the presentations today two different perspectives, and to consider that it's not only about regulation. AI, it's a philosophical question, it's a political question, it's a question that needs to concern everybody. And to conclude on this point, I'm really very glad that during this global forum, the UNESCO will be launching the Global Network for Civil Society and Academic Institution for AI Ethics. And for me, this is not just checking the box of another one or two stakeholders joining this journey. No, this is much more important than that, because this is the way. And I think there should be other networks probably that will be created in the future. This is the way to make the discussion inclusive and to make all the voices count in this debate about our own being and the future of humanity.
And Dr. Sirochai, what does AI readiness look like to you from your perspective?
We, you see, AI never asked this question to you, because it has come in many ways. Readiness is a problematic word for me, because it only means when you ask yourself. So now the issue is that my concern, I am not so much well educated in the context of AI readiness methodology, in the sense that instrumental guidebook, but I am much interested in how it can be a platform of our engagement together. Too much focus on tools is problematic, because problematic because we see ourselves as center of decision making, while we are already in some ways overwhelmed by this technology. And some among us, I would say our new generations, they grow up in a new context of technologies of this kind. So how can we make sense in this kind of world together? I think in the morning, Professor Peter mentioned about, I think this intergenerational perspective on this question is a precondition of us to engage. This is my first point. Readiness, if you ask yourself, that kind of thing, because now it's already here, and in many people it's already a part of their life. I am very much outside it. I'm not quite a native with AI. Now, my second point relates to because of the nature of this complex, uneven experiences with AI, why we are already in the world of this kind of developments, we are caught by many ways surprise. I mentioned about transnational organized crime. It is too late to ask already because some commercial interest have already making use of it in not so ethical, not so caring about Earth, and we don't know how to stop it. So my second point would relate to, unless we make, because the world of today, we don't want to talk to the people whom we do not have the same opinion. The tendency is that social ties have been eroded all over the world. And we talk about that we should care more for the planet. But how to engage? There are not so many people who want to, how to engage with the business who are extracting more minerals for their own purposes. And I am not saying all business are like that, but without engaging with the UNESCO in the broader context of business and human rights, for example, in the UN system, it is too late. I mean, without engaging this discussion with the business and human rights context of the UN system, I think we are only talking about small tools here and there. So my point here, I would come to the sense that we have not been able to engage in conversations enough. I mean human conversation, I don't mean machine conversation. And I think the way the relationship have been eroded and machines seem to be more responsive, but we make us somehow lost. Now my last point is that I really feel that we do need a more global, more human, globally engaging discussion about this issue and more intergenerational exchange for this purpose. Otherwise, I feel educational system has lost its own learning. We have educational infrastructure, education ministries everywhere. But the learning part about how education have been a part of the problem of this world when we talk about AI. So along that line, I think this self-questioning of all institutions should be a part of our exchange. Can we learn across? And how can we learn from Einstein and Russell, those 1955, and even learning from how to cultivate humanity, those kind of words. How to cultivate humanity when the world where we have lost the sense of human values. And war is with us. War is with us now, with the whole world. So I think learning through this with the question of readiness, asking ourselves that we are witnessing that many things with the caring of the children's future in Gaza, how things have developed that far, and human capacity as individual is one problem, but social capacities of all of us together is really a question that we challenge us to come here. And I think it should challenge us further how we move ahead in the next hours or next weeks together. That's my simple sense. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. And Stephen, for you, I'd like to ask you a question just about, in the context of ethics right now, we're dealing with a time where AI seems to be outpacing everything, outpacing science, outpacing what we can learn in education, outpacing our ethics frameworks. What is it that you see that is hopeful from gatherings like this moving forward that we may be able to do?
Well, one of the things I find helpful about gatherings like this, and in fact this whole week for the Global Forum, is that there are people from all over the world who are thinking about this a great deal, who have deep experience and understanding that everyone would benefit from sharing in. So I certainly feel that that's the case. I also feel that when I think about the character of the conversations that took place today, they went across the spectrum of, beginning with Peter's keynote as an earth scientist, from environmental and earth sciences through social sciences and the humanities. I represent, by the way, the humanities. With I'm trained as a literary scholar from the beginning, and so what I've seen over the course of today is evidence of a deep engagement with the ethical questions, with the even moral dimensions of the situation in the world in which we find ourselves, in which AI seems to have exploded, and it is already disruptive in ways that so many people find hard to put words to. So what I love about today's session is that we saw a complete spectrum of knowledge communities really also engaging with, if not directly engaging, indigenous and traditional knowledge communities, engaging with practice that puts forward co-production with such communities. I think the next time we have a conversation like this, it would be great to have some of those knowledge communities there as well, and just as it would be great to have more representation from across generations. And I got the impression that tomorrow we're going to have quite a number of youth in present as well, and that's wonderful. And because I think this is, of course, what we need. And so I think this event today showed me that the human and social sciences, as well as the other knowledge domains from traditional and indigenous knowledge and local knowledge systems through to traditional STEM disciplines, all have not only a lot that they can add to this dialogue and to potential convergent knowledge sharing and solutions, if I could use that word, to how we get a better grip ethically on the direction of AI. I not only have a sense of optimism about that, but I also sense that that there's great potential that remains, to a large extent, still not fully tapped. And I think the academic community and that full spectrum within the academic community playing maybe a key role, a more key role in the humanities and social sciences where I come out of, human and social sciences, the domain that I come out of, needs to be more evident and more present and more active in the science policy interface than it has been often in the past. I think AI opens the door to these knowledge domains in ways, it's begging for knowledge from these knowledge domains. So I see a lot of hope in that situation.
That's wonderful. Okay, well, do you have a comment? Yeah, please.
I just want to, because we are here through the word UNESCO. Not that UNESCO itself, but I think we are here with, we don't know the real answer, but we trust multilateral space. And the world of multilateral space have been impacted by unilateralism somehow. I am not blaming, but I think the reality is very worrisome. We need more multilateral space and more plural sense of values. We cannot accommodate that the future of the world is this way alone. Only this answer. This is my basic. So here I would like really to emphasize the role of UNESCO as a forum for a more multilateral promise that we can engage intellectually, culturally, and for that purpose, I really feel that you use the word disruption. Our human mind of the global level have been disrupted by, in some way, hijacking human attention with new sense of, say, attractiveness of whatever kind, consumeristic or whatever kind. So I really feel that yes, disruption are needed, but we also need to put this in the context of we are losing ourselves, human values, our sense of responsibility to our new generation, because the world is really worsening, all kind of data, but we are lacking behind our capacity to deal with it. So I beg that we continue, and how can we use these kind of moments to build our attention to the really core of our human sense that we care. And for that purpose, I really support the role of UNESCO along that line. And I would like really to see that it is not human and AI interaction. It is more science and policy interface in the context of what we call AI. That could be very instrumental for enlarging the dialogue with the universities and with the educational systems and for research systems as well. Otherwise, we just came down to a very narrow framing of tools and also whatever checklists are around. And for that purpose, I think all sciences, all disciplines need to be awakened together for a new common challenge and common mission. Thank you. Thank you.
Very well said. Thank you so much for that. And I think you must have peeked at the last question that we have in the fire round, because we just want to know in 30 seconds or less, according to Stephen, although I bet he would give us a few more seconds. What is the number one insight that you would like to carry forward from today?
Okay, thank you. AI has the potential to make high quality, higher education a universal human right rather than a privilege. And this is true in every field, in energy use, in health, in economic development, in everything. It can serve as a tool, it can be our ally. But ultimately, it's human capacity and our collective action that can actually solve our problems. So whether we use this tool, this ally to democratize knowledge, to empower people, to provide human security for all, or whether we use it to aggrandize power and exacerbate existing inequalities, depends on us. It's our human choice.
No. It's okay. Yeah.
I think my takeaway here is two things that aren't optional at the moment. One is we cannot look at AI in isolation. We have to look at it from a very systems thinking perspective where it is interconnected with every system that exists in the world, and then make decisions or move forward in terms of quote-unquote development and progress of the technology. And the second thing is I would like to really reiterate what Professor Suruchai has said, being probably the youngest person on this panel, it's really important to include young people's voices in terms of whenever we're discussing systems change, whenever we're discussing AI or the future, because young people are the one who are going to be shaping the future. So it's really important to create these spaces to have these conversations and just create spaces where different perspectives can genuinely interact with one another. And so we can co-design new systems that prioritize well-being, fairness, and ecological balance.
Which way are you going? So what I found it interesting listening to today's sessions is the relationship between artificial intelligence and democracy. You know, we say, I think that we all agree that we need more democracy in AI. But the other way around, how AI will affect democracy, I think that the verdict is still out, and we have very legitimate causes for concern because of the way that algorithms create these echo chambers, and because the current business model is based on reinforcing user preferences that leads to creation of these bubbles, and really it leads to erosion of the common, shared space in which we can have a conversation based on the shared understanding of reality, which is fundamental for the democratic society to thrive. But then, I mean, that's a potentially negative impact, but there's also a lot of good ways that AI can impact democracy as such. But I think that we all agree that we need to democratize AI, and a lot has been said about that. So we need very inclusive approach. We need everybody on board, and that's what we're doing for the Global Forum, right? We have all stakeholders represented here: civil society, policymakers. Tomorrow, not tomorrow, day one. That's the 25th of June. We're going to have ministers converging here. I think that we have close to 40 senior level officials that have already registered and are arriving in Bangkok, discussing AI governance and the readiness assessment. And and we're going to have the academic community. We're going to have a private sector. There's going to be a business council on ethics of AI. There's going to be Microsoft and Salesforce and Telefonica and Telstar and many other companies represented, including the Thai companies. So that's the kind of conversation that we need to be having on the table to chart the future of AI for humanity. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. I've got a couple of things kept coming back to me in different sessions today. I remember it in the session with Dr. Siti, talking about the human dignity, the importance of human dignity. And we heard this resonate in other sessions. I think we heard from Janani on this, similar topics. And I think about, when I think about human dignity and the importance of human dignity in relation to AI, is always remembering, and I think we also heard from this, in the last session about those recommendations that came up that we talked about at the last session, is that human dignity also, I think, rests on the understanding that human integrity must prevail. The integrity of human communities, but also of human individuals. And so if we want to think about, when we reduce human beings to users, we've already instrumentalized them. And so I think when we think a little bit, I think one of the guidelines I heard somewhere today in one of the presentations was to think about not how AI treats the user, the human user, but maybe the producers of the AI system, how they are regarding the human user. Are they instrumentalizing the human user? And if so, how are we becoming the tools of our tools through essentially co-opting of our own integrity. And so I think that that's essential to the idea of human dignity, and this has any number of ways of filtering into the discussions about the uses to which AI are put in our societies. Could we, for instance, begin to think, and should we really begin to think more and more about AI as a public good, as a commons resource, as a utility? And if so, how would we treat it differently if we treated it the way we treated other public utilities or commons? This is worth reflecting further on, because I think that has profound implications for how we think about not just using AI or AI using us, but how we what we can tolerate in terms of the trajectory that this dynamic takes moving forward. It could be useful, one last idea, just as an exercise when approaching the refinement of the readiness assessment methodology. Just think, what would happen if we just put an "un" at the beginning of readiness, the unreadiness assessment methodology? What are we unready for? What are we unprepared for? It might just put a different spin on very much the same question that could be useful in terms of helping to illuminate where we feel overwhelmed or we feel behind and need to catch up with this development that is just, it feels like, has overtaken us. So anyway, those are just some of my closing thoughts.
You have the final word.
Oh, hula. So the final word, the title of the session is Synthesis and Anticipated Outcomes. So my synthesis as final word is power dynamic. Power dynamic is at the core of AI discussion. This is what I take from today's. And so the anticipated outcome will be empowerment, because it's about power dynamics. So we need to empower players that we want to see taking a role in the decision-making process related to AI. And I think we have two major players today in the governance of AI, which are the private sectors and the public sector, the governments. The third player that we want to see more empowered or having a more influential role, I would say, I would put it in one sector altogether. So we spoke about the science community, the knowledge communities, the indigenous communities, the civil societies. I mean, all those groups who have all of them stakes and interest to be impactful and bring their views to the discussion. They need to be empowered to be able to impact the discussion. And this is why I do see multilateralism, and I echo here Shai for his call to more trust and more and bigger role of multilateralism, like UNESCO, as a space that enables all those actors to come together and to leverage their capacity to influence the discussions on the global level. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well, I'd like to thank every one of you. Thank you so much for your words and for your encouragement and the wonderful ideas that we're taking forward. And Stephen, would you like to say some words in closing?
You know, I don't have anything more to say. I feel like this panel really kind of summed a lot up here. But I do know that there is something that Nok and Chula, our host Chula University, would like to do. So maybe I should turn it over to you, Nok, for whatever the last thing that comes.
So thank you so much for this beautiful and wonderful session, and we'd like to close it with our gratitude for your presence here, and we have some gifts for all of you, and Ajahn Surachai would kindly present the gift to the guest speakers.
Any
Just
words
quickly,
any words of advertisement for tomorrow?
Oh, and
of course.
and for tomorrow, we will have the day 2 session at Chulalongkorn University, and also those online. The registration is also available, and you can also there a few public Zoom or public live, and which we can send you on the Zoom link on the chat. And also for those who are here, we will send to you all the posters, and then you can show up even without registration. And also there are 10 parallel sessions going on tomorrow. And for those of you who are here and you'd like to get to know more about the sessions, you're welcome to ask either Art or me or Ajahn Surachai, or you can get more information online. Yeah. And then
Great. And if something gets passed along, we share a lot on the Bridges page on LinkedIn and Facebook. So if something gets passed along tonight, I know we've shared something previously, but we can send the registration link or the poster or whatever out on our social media pages already today.
great. That would be wonderful. Thank you so much. Yeah. And now may I ask Ajahn Surachai to present?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you. So glad to see you guys. Finally. Thank you.
And thank you to our major host locally. Thank you for the tech team. You guys are amazing. You're all amazing. Thank you so much.
Oh, yes.
So I'm really looking forward to
Yes. Are you on any more panels?